Let's see if we can connect to studio. First thing we do is we check out our live stream, and we seem to have an excellent connection. We'll wait for the image to appear to be certain of such. And with that, we're going to check out our channel and basically go to the homepage and make certain that everything is connect to
appearing.
studio. And we are making noise. So everybody hit that upvote button, and with that, we're going to see if we have a confirmation in terms of email now live on your channel. And with that, we are going to start the call. So we just take the button here and we press the audio call, and hopefully we get a response this New Year's Eve. Very rainy New Year's Eve in San Francisco, to add to the misery of everyone else's woes who is suffering from the perennial blackout. And of course, we're finally considering breaking that monopoly. Here we are with Aristides, our incredible engineer. Welcome aboard, sir. How are you this happy New Year's Eve day, kind sir?
I am all right, and I'm excited to get this year over with. I mean, get the new year kicked off.
Yes. Oh, delightful. Well, we're so glad to have you with us, and we're deeply appreciative. And so everyone,
Hey, Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy's with us.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, excellent. Hey. Oh, wonderful. So glad you could join us. And dear Sammy, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just eating, having dinner.
Okay, great. I guess because the call's still calling other people, it hasn't now it's finally narrowed down to the three of us. Okay, so now that the magic squares as they appear on my screen indicating myself, Sammy, and Aristides are available, how much time, since you're eating dinner, how much time are we graced with your presence? I mean, are you interrupting your dinner for this?
Well, you kind of called, so I'm good though. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, great. Oh, well, just join us anytime you feel free to, and please finish your repast by all means, and just drop in when you feel like it.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're glad that you're here.
What's for dinner?
Yeah.
What's for dinner?
Yeah, what is for dinner?
Oh, my wife made enchiladas.
Oh, beautiful. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so envious. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful to have someone to be cooking for you. What an incredible experience, and what a blessed individual. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Any particular ingredients in the enchiladas? Anything in particular?
They're Michoacan style, so they're a little different.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're a little different. They're how to say it? You eat the chicken on the side.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're stuffed with Mexican cheese. It's like onion with oregano a little bit.
Oh,
and then they're topped with shredded cabbage on top.
Oh, delightful.
And then what do you put? We put sliced potatoes on top, and then we have this tomatillo kind of salsa on top. It's pretty good. So yeah, they're a little different than your normal gringo kind, but
understood. I'm just so envious. Oh, I can just imagine them from here. So that's wonderful. And thank you for sharing that with us. And so what we'll do is we'll get the night started. And yeah, anytime you feel like dropping in after dinner, just go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thanks so much. So, dear Aristides, are you ready to do the blurb, or do you want me to kind of hold the stage while you prepare for that? Let's see if Aries.
I may as well give it a shot.
Sounds good. Oh, bless you. Yes, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, and I do want to tell you, I'm gonna help you get sorted out. I'm gonna hang for a bit. At some point, I will probably peel out. I've been invited to a festivity.
Oh, wonderful! I'm so excited for you. That's so cool.
You're like, yay, you're getting out of the house.
Yes,
on the back.
Yes, it really is that. I am so proud of you. Oh my fucking God.
It's kind of, well, I mean, it's what people do sometimes,
Yes,
I have friends. All right. So yeah, but I'm here for now. Let's do that. Let's see, I already hit the thumbs up.
Thank you.
Upvote. You should have done the same already. Should be the very first thing you just automatically and mechanically do once you get here. So thumbs up. You do need to be logged in to do that. We'll cover that, but that is important to get the algorithm started off right for Douglas, as there are those out there that have nothing to celebrate this New Year's or any year,
That's awful.
who hit the thumbs down, thinking that's how they're gonna win. But you win by lifting others up, not tearing others down. So
Yes. So true.
Anyway, it hit that because we need to fight that. We need to get the algorithm cooking in Douglas's behalf, and that affects his ability to appear high up in search results or suggested content, etc. Say people are searching for him or just for historical topics he might cover. So that is important to do that. You do need to be logged in to YouTube, unfortunately, for that. If you have never logged in and you have a Gmail, that should work. If you can log into that Gmail, it should be good to get you into the YouTube also. If not, you could make one. You could probably sign in with some other type of email and make a fresh account also, but that is an easy way to do that. So figure out how to get logged in, and you can do that. You can do other things, basically click all the buttons at some point, except for the thumbs down, such as the share button there. That'll generate a link to the program, which will be good for both the live and the afterwards, the replay, once it becomes a regular video. It's probably preferred. You could, I used to say, copy it out of the browser bar, but I think hitting that share, YouTube knows that, so that'll figure in its little algorithm bank that the content is being shared. You might see a save button. You can save it. I think YouTube allows you to maintain a save or favorites list. You might see a button that says clip. You can clip out a little 1 minute excerpt out of a replay, not during the live. I think only during the replay, but to send to someone on your behalf, that should link to Douglas's channel. You can do all those things. What else can you do here? Well, you can leave once it's all said and done and it posts to a regular video. Douglas will put a pinned comment there underneath. The comments are only enabled underneath after the live. And please upvote that also if you get a chance for similar reasons, because comments that are downvoted, not upvoted, might be disappeared by YouTube. Please feel free to also like any other positive comments, and especially leave your own, because I think that would influence the algorithm greatly. Interaction with the content, so to speak. So you can do all those things during and for the replay also on the PC at least. You can right click on the window, generate a link with a timestamp built in at the current time, and the time to do that is when you realize there's a fascinating topic being talked about, and you need to send that to someone else who would think it was fascinating, and it'll direct them right there. That is handy. I've not figured out how to do that on a phone, but oh well. Anyway, so being that we hope you're logged in and doing some or all these things, you'll see your little account icon or avatar if you create one up in the corner. If you click on that, you should get to a little menu, and there should be some type of entry for restricted mode. That sounds very ominous, but it shouldn't apply to you if you're an adult. That really should be for children, or if you somehow don't want your innocent eyes or ears to hear content of adult nature. But being that you showed up for this, we're gonna guess that doesn't apply to you. And it's the kind of thing you click. I don't know. You turn on, and when you leave your kids alone with their electronic babysitter, which we hope you don't do. And if that is you, we're sorry for that. We're here for you. We're your family now. And correspondingly, you need to send us some of your former family's money. And the best way to do that is to go to PayPal. And now we'll get to that. We will put the PayPal link in the chat. All jokes aside, Douglas needs these contributions to keep doing this. This is his job, fully and fairly, as far as the man is concerned, on his working disabled program.
Yes.
He has to work. He doesn't just get everything for free. He does have to work and provide himself, even though, he does that, even though he's been heavily, traumatized by his experiences, and a lot of other people would have just, given up.
Thank you.
And he doesn't do that. But, he does need your financial support, not just to make sure he makes rent, but to, have such luxuries as drinking fluids and occasionally getting something to eat, maybe some transportation, things many people take for granted. So it's not too late to send a belated Christmas gift or New Year's gift or whatever you want to call it. We'll put the link there, the PayPal link. You don't need the link. There's no excuse to say, well, I wanted to send money, but I couldn't find the link. All you have to do is remember his name and get yourself to PayPal with a search engine. You could search for his name, or you could search for Douglas D. Diedrich, which is his handle there, which he has right on the front, thumbnail poster of the program all the time. You don't have to worry about the PayPal.me or whatever. I mean, you could type that, but if you just go to your, how does anybody find anything? They just go to their search engine and just type PayPal, and boom, you get there.
Yes.
And type Douglas D. Diedrich, and you will get there if you cannot find the link. So once you do that, I don't think you need to be logged in there at all to send money. I think you can elect to just send with a credit card if you don't have an account, or for whatever reason. So if you have a credit card, you should still be able to do that. If you have neither a PayPal account or a credit card, you don't want to create an account, we understand. For sure are other ways to send the money. You can do the old-fashioned thing, send Douglas a check, or preferably a money order to himself, and he'd be happy to provide his email and address and whatnot for you to get in touch and send a donation. But if you do it on PayPal, you could even set up a recurring, or what do they call it, donation. A regular donation, it would automatically, send up an automatic contribution monthly, or perhaps at another interval. Maybe you could, every time you get paid, you could
auto payment. That's right.
Auto payment, yeah. Even if it's small, even if every time you get paid, say every 2 weeks, send them $20. That's, it's not a lot, but you could maybe could do better, but maybe not. That adds up. That adds up. So if not, make it a big one. If it's only one, and please send them whatever you can, so we can continue, exciting and awing people with his knowledge and his other things. Sense of humor. His sense of humor. Unique, personality that you will not find anywhere else, along with the information. So it's just, the information is enough that you'll get here, nowhere else, and consider the rest, just some, seasoning on top of that. So,
yes.
Yeah. What else? Let's see. The show title bar you'll see under the window. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Restricted mode off. And if you go back in the your little account menu thing there, there'll be a thing that says switch account. I guess you can switch to other account logins. You can also use that, though, to create and use sub-channels under your account, normally used for publishing different types of content. But the cool thing is each one of them can upvote and such separately. So I'm actually doing that now. I switched, and look, I upvoted again, the same content twice as one person. So
excellent.
That's what we consider democracy around here.
Yeah.
Right? But hey, that's how it works. That's how it works. So yeah, please remember that. And now going back to the title bar, which is always filled up, and then you'll see some asterisks there. And they refer to footnotes that if you break out the program description underneath, say see more, whatnot, it'll explain the historical events, anniversaries, other things worth observing, topics worth mentioning. that Douglas wants to cover tonight. So, all right, how are we doing? What did I forget?
Oh, nothing. You're doing fine, but the dulcet
Yep.
tones of your voice are so great. Continue for a few more minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure,
there's more.
Okay, all right. Let me see what else. I think that pretty much covers everything. Like, subscribe, send money. It's the same as anybody else might say, but here it's worth it. So, a lot of clowns out there that are just chilling for a few bucks, and they have got nothing on this. Once you really get to the heart of the matter and the meat of the content, if you will. If you haven't been here too much, you will understand what we mean. So, what else? So what? Usually I'm trying to look for, you say, what's going on in
let's
the
start a little
world
bit
and
with
current
that.
events.
Yes. And did you get my messages in the yeah,
no.
I usually put messages now simply in the infinite call. And
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
I have not been well caught up there.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me see here. Yeah, let's see. What's this? Oh, let's see. Found the link to the damage control, the CEO of Northern California, which is
PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, our
yeah,
utilities
PG&E
monopoly.
CEO is a man of Asian Indian persuasion, as are so many. Apparently, I've seen another post that the Bank of Texas, or a Bank of Texas, is run purely by individuals of this type of pedigree, and they then they are happy to give small business loans to other individuals, such as themselves. Which I'm sure is based only on merit. But yeah.
When you get a moment's time, I would appreciate it if, even if you don't turn the voice on, certainly don't do so while you have the mic on, you could review it with the subtitles on, because it's actually quite unintentionally funny.
I can do that. I think I can do that now.
And he's
Sumit Singh. Yeah. I mean, that's like, it's like Smith over there. Right? We got a lot of people named Smith, a hell of a lot.
God damn, whose bank am I looking at here? Oh my God, the Bank of Texas.
Wait, I don't. Let me see. SBT Bank. I think it says SBT. Wait.
SBA loans. Bank of Texas. Yes.
SBT Bank, State Bank of Texas, which of course anybody can declare. That's like saying the Federal Reserve is part of the federal government. Kind of, but kind of also not. Yes, so it's probably similar with this bank.
No doubt. Well, remember, Texas is kind of like its own republic. They've certainly got their own energy grid. And Troy Bellamy says, Happy New Year, guys. You're also welcome to join us, dear Troy. I can't imagine you're partying too hardy, having a family and all. That tends to limit that sort of activity. John Doe just gave us a remarkable image of a completely unbalanced carrier that looks like it's unable to flow. So I don't know if this is a real photograph or if this is the Admiral Kuznetsov.
It's just a perspective.
Yeah,
there's a whole lot of it that you don't see on the other side, and
true.
that tower thing is actually probably the lightest part of the thing.
Yeah, true. Good point. Your point's well taken. Good to have an engineer with us to point these things out. Is this the Admiral Kuznetsov, or is this something else? Because the Admiral Kuznetsov has that, and it does have one of those Russian jets on it. So the Sukhov, or I forget what that MiG. It's one of the MiGs, and but they call them fish beds or something, was the old NATO code name for them. Yeah, so it's probably the Admiral Kuznetsov with its tugs that tow it all over the world, and because it can't move on its own. Oh my God! So thank you for that. And I'm sure their New Year's happy. So
I'm
there's
looking up.
yeah.
I'm looking up the Admiral Kuznetsov.
Yeah. And
It looks it could be it. It looks
yeah.
like that. 063. Does it say 063 on the side?
Yeah, it's 063. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll supply another photo there. They have that has that upturned
Yes.
thing at the. I guess that's that's the launching.
Yeah,
part.
that's the
Yeah.
launch part. They call it the ramp
Yeah.
monster because oftentimes there's accidents where the plane cannot make it past that ramp. So it's
Right.
yeah, definitely going to heart this for the
Yeah.
sake of its
Right.
entertainment
Well,
value.
if they can't make it, then they get run over. Unlike the landing strip, which they angle, so that people don't get run over. The people that come back, that make it back, deserve to get not run over. But
Yeah.
the people that can't even make it off the thing, well, you're probably better off just kind of chewing them up in the props or whatever.
Oh yeah, and I like the smoke that's emerging now. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think that there might be some exhaust functions, but I don't think so. I don't think they funnel like they used to back in the old carrier days of World War II. I think that's a fire, right, Ari? That's a fire in the control.
Who knows? Let's see. They do have. Wait, there's a tug on the side, and there's some other type of platform, some type of pontoon platform, and then a tug. And this is the one. This is like what's it for? It's like their gulag ship, right? Like,
yeah, pretty much. That's what it's become. Yes. It wasn't intent.
Do they have other carriers?
No, that's it. This is it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
They have one carrier. It does it, and its reactor is terminal, and right.
Yes.
It was nuclear.
Yeah.
It was. Still, it's about to go nuclear.
Yes. Yeah, it was nuclear in what's supposedly a propulsion sense. The nuclear propulsion never propelled it, and now it's in basically several inches away from critical or several minutes away from critical at any given time. So,
Right. Well.
So spies. Here we are. So from John Doe. Yes. Russia's only aircraft carrier will sink if it sails again, says spies. Was hit by a mystery explosion. There we are. Mystery explosion. It is a fire in the conning tower. Yes. 2 deadly fires.
Mystery explosion. That's the melted ore down there consuming things. There's usually not a smoke exhaust on a nuclear powered device. That's funny.
Oh,
well, good luck to those poor soldiers there.
Yeah, happy fucking New Year.
How did they get that duty? They probably did something stupid,
detail.
told the truth or something.
Yes.
What else do we have? Closer to home. Pentagon loses track of billions in U.S. weapons sent to Israel. Well, that implies they were trying to keep track. I don't have a link for that. Here, DoD audit reveals only 44% of the $13 billion in military aid has been tracked since the Gaza war began, leaving roughly $7.5 billion worth of arms unaccounted for. Only $7 billion worth of weapons. We don't know where they went, but who cares? It's really no money lost. They already just printed that recently, and in their acts of quantitative easing, I think they've printed a number of billions. See if I can find it right now. How much? I don't know.
It's definitely
what. Yeah, a lot. They just printed this year. I don't. It's a lot.
Thank God for that.
They just, well, they just print, they're like, well, things aren't going so well, let's just print more money. Billions, like what was it? Carl Sagan used to say, billions and billions. But he was talking about stars, not dollars.
Yes, that sadly, that's but we do our best to reach the stars with the deficit we're running now, which is, by the way, that's a conservative obsession, and really people shouldn't be worried about things like that, because in the end, nobody really expects to get paid when it comes to these sorts of economics, and at some point the United States is just going to have to repudiate it. But
it's all just forms of funny money anyway. It's just really it's like Monopoly.
Truly, and well, there's definitely a monopoly, and well, we'll get into that soon enough. By the way, Russian losses. Here's from John, our man T-Take Berry. Russian losses in Ukraine rising faster than ever. Finds new analysis 22 hours ago from the Independent. Excellent. And yet there's the threat that the war will expand. I'll kind of, get into that. So I think what you found is very relevant, and what I'll do is I'll just get into a bit of a monologue here, and then people can join me, and you'll probably, shall we say, go gallivanting on the town soon enough. So I might as well get some monologue out before you do, and then I'll, go into, maybe if I'm in the mood, some more esoteric elements of narrative, and you can always review those later at your leisure. But when it comes to this, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name already. Of course, our dear friend Brendan Zogit identified this individual as what he would call like a Sikh cosplayer. Basically, this individual has a turban on, but this is obviously not a serious Sikh, because a Sikh would normally have a very large turban and a lot of facial hair, a beard, a mustache, and look very intimidating. Whereas it is, after all, warrior culture. Whereas this individual obviously looks somehow, despite the fact being ethnic and naturally of a darker shade of melanin, he somehow looks very pale, as if he's almost bloodless. Probably, as Brendan was looking at him, one of the things that really stands out is his apology for all this happening during the holidays, and blaming it all on a random fire, which doesn't make any sense, because this fire apparently did not take place in a power station. And there's no way it could take out the entire city like that, or a good part of the city, for all intents and purposes, half the city. Any thoughts there, Aristides, that you were going to mention? It sounded like you were going to respond to what I was saying, but yeah.
Sorry, on which part?
I
was looking something up.
Oh, okay, no worries then. I was just talking about the individual on that PG&E damage control video, and probably the most incredible thing that he said was he was apologizing for all of this happening during the holiday season. As Brendan pointed out, that individual who's presenting himself is not even celebrating these holidays. These are holidays he's not even celebrating.
Yeah, but it's still got, he's still got to, keep the customers happy. Or
I don't think they're happy
from riding. And
but as Brendan said, it's almost like PG&E is trying to provoke outrage by this particular individual coming on and doing the damage control. It doesn't really help. They could have had another spokesperson. We've got a great image here from our man. T-Tank Berry of a genuine Sikh, or at least an Afghan rebel fighter of some sort. I'll upvote it. Yeah. No. Granted, am not an expert. Brendan is in this case. Sometimes I surprise myself just by being able to even identify a ship like I did with the Admiral Kuznetsov. But okay, so I'm going to get into a bit of a monologue here. I invite our dear Aristides just to interject whenever he feels like it. And we'll just keep this up a little bit and then move into maybe a more nuanced narrative. We're going to check our live stream. Douglas Marks joins us, says, Happy New Year's, everyone. It was a great year for me. Thank God. Thank God it was a good year for somebody. Sheila Gavin says, Happy New Year Eve to dearest Douglas Aristides and to all of Team Dietrich, sending beautiful thoughts of gratitude and love to you. So do respond to her, dear Aristides, because I certainly will. Kisses to Sheila Gavin. And hugs to Douglas Marks. Okay, so let's, Doug was here first. Let me give him a hug. And, all right. Here we are. Let's see if I can do this right. And, okay, Douglas, here we go. And get on the opposite side of that. Okay, so, and as for Sheila Gavin, let's give her kisses. Thank you, Vril. Vril says thank you to dear Sheila Gavin, and that's our man responding, our man Ari responding to dear Sheila. Thanks to everyone who's joining us tonight. And okay, let me see if I can get back to live stream here. Here we go. Kisses at Sheila Gavin. And okay, so dear Sheila, Happy New Year, as well as Happy New Year to Douglas Marks. And again, we're just going to kind of get into it. Let me throw my heating pad around myself, so to speak. The poncho, if you will. I'll need another one of these soon enough. It's amazing that this one even works at all to a degree. Certainly not near the intensity that it used to, but it does its job to a degree. And let me see if I can maneuver that up a little bit, like an old man in a shawl. It is raining. So there's no Meals on Wheels delivery tomorrow for obvious reasons, and that gives me a chance to leave earlier. That, however, will depend on the terrain and how it's impacted by the rain. We are undergoing torrential rain right now. And so we have a great example here. Winter storm is also burying New York in snow. Cold, snowy for the Empire State as a winter storm blanketed New York. Just getting that input right now. And of course, we got a wonderful input from T. Tank Berry, who himself is an engineer for a public utility system, who points out that 70,000 square miles are covered by the PG&E monopoly. 16 million customers serviced are provided without service by 24,000 employees. Okay. All that being said, we are now going to, he says, oh, PG&E stands for plunder, gut, and embezzle. I love it. That is delightful. Yes. Thank you. That's excellent, T. Tank Berry. Did you think that up yourself? You need an award. An award needs to be given to T. Tank Berry just for that. It's almost as if he had a professional comedy writer for that one. Okay, let me make certain this is on. We're going to proceed into the gentle night, and we're going to check our live stream first, see who's with us. Sheila Gavin says kisses, kisses, and let me respond to that. And we don't know how long I'll last tonight, but obviously with the potential to leave early, I myself may also leave early. We're going to see how impacted we are. The weather outside is it's truly frightful. So safety first. And I don't believe there's going to be any public fireworks in San Francisco tonight. I would be highly surprised if there were any fireworks officially. We're going to hear illegal fireworks. And that, of course, is always a not to be encouraged. People, you really need to not play with fireworks on your own. I would highly discourage it unless you're somebody who has a real sense of safety. And most people, you're got a holiday going, and most people are drinking. So safety is always compromised when you're drinking. If there's somebody who's playing designated driver for the fireworks, that's one thing. But other than that, it brings to mind my need to kind of reiterate the story of Brendan Zoget when he was at school. And he reiterated this story when we were on with Sammy Romero on our latest episode before tonight. And it was a story that really goes to demonstrate again that whatever else Brendan Zoget is, he's not a very good storyteller. He doesn't know how to convey an experience so that people really appreciate the gravity of what happened. By the way, before I get into that, dear Aristides, could you do me a favor and just say something? I was so overwhelmed tonight that I forgot to check if you were registering on the OBS, but obviously you were, but I just need
I
to
would
say.
assume.
Yeah, I know
or
you were.
somebody-
You were.
Somebody would have
Said something by
said
now.
something.
Yeah, no, you did. It's just yeah. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me there. It's my own neurosis. Since I forgot to check it as soon as we started, I basically feel like I need to kind of, make up for that neglect. So dear Aristides has done that. He was obviously he was heard because Sheila Gavin was wishing him well. So people heard his voice, and now I've confirmed that. But everybody confirmed that. They all said we were doing well. So let me take a look at the call here, and then I'm going to go into a little bit of a stream of consciousness. And that'll take us into the hour. We'll see how far the numbers go up. If the numbers don't go up by a certain time, I myself will take off early, make some phone calls, and might be around for a little while after the show. But obviously we'll be incommunicado until Friday afternoon or Saturday afternoon. So sometime around Friday evening or Saturday afternoon is more realistic. So I should be returning back Friday or Saturday. Between that time, I'll reach out to people before our next show. But definitely thanks to you all. I made the rent. Oh yes, just to let everybody know, I made the rent. And honestly, without your contributions that came in from everybody, I myself really didn't express adequately how important your contributions were. Because when I take a look at my schedule now for December and January, on my calendar, which of course Amy Como wanted to make public, which I could understand why. It would certainly be educational for people to see this, because then they would see a number of different holidays, awareness days, they're completely would otherwise be unaware of. That's the whole point of awareness days, to make you aware. Well, most people stay unaware that such days even exist throughout their lives. But basically, I'm going to my bank will get my SSDI check deposited into my account. That would be JP Morgan Chase. It would deposit into the account there on Saturday the 3rd. Definitively. I would not even probably be able to go to the bank on that day. It's one of these days where the bank closes very early. Certain banks would not even be open. Certain branches would not even be open. This is very different from the world I grew up in. The world I grew up in the 20th century. And by the way, Aristides, I don't know if you remember this, but did you not grow up in a world where when you were very young, and I mean really young, I don't know if you remember this at all, but it used to be federal law that a bank could not be closed 2 consecutive days in a row. It was federal law that was the case. Somewhere along the line that changed, but especially with COVID, banks just now close whenever they want. Meaning that it's not capricious, but some banks are only open a few days of the week. Some of these branches, it's outrageous. So in San Francisco, there are certain branches that are within walking distance that are simply not open on Saturday or Sunday. And as a result, the Chinatown branches that are, I'd have to hit them before 2 p.m. And that means probably I wouldn't make it based on my returning home schedule. So that means I wouldn't be able to go the next day either on a Sunday. And obviously, Sunday night would be the show. I'd be working through a good part of the night and then trying to sleep and then have to get up to basically get the Meals on Wheels delivery, receive and recover that. And then I would be stuck going to the bank in Chinatown on Tuesday, the 6th. So literally, that means that after paying the rent, which I did on the 29th, because I couldn't really go on New Year's Eve day. I couldn't do it on January 1st. I did it on the 30th, I believe. So it was on the 30th I paid the rent, just yesterday. So that means that obviously the banks will be closed to today and tomorrow. Couldn't do it today. I couldn't take the risk. There might have been a branch that would have been open, but it only would have been for a few hours. And I would have had to have gone there in the rain. So that gives me like literally a 7-day week. It would be a full week before I withdrew money from the bank. So only through your contributions, everyone, am I able to survive after paying rent. So thank you, all of you. I made rent have enough money to last me until I can go to the bank physically. And that's the world we live in. So not an easy world. And as our man Aristides said, this is all part of the 250% Working Disabled program, which is a program that enables me to get Medicare and Medi-Cal, which then covers my insurance with Kaiser Permanente system, which, by the way, just again, you get this. They cut their benefits again for over-the-counter meds, which was a program I got into all too belatedly because my nurse case manager never informed me that it existed. And when I got into it, I was adapting to it quite well. I always made the deadlines, albeit always, of course, at the last possible minute. I always made the deadlines to order an allotment of allowed money that went towards over-the-counter medications through the Medline system. And Medline is a organization that's kind of like an online Costco for prescription meds and medical equipment. I never got to the point where I could order a hypoallergenic pillow. I was going to do that with the next order. I can't do it now. Had to order all these things that I felt were absolutely necessary first and immediate. A lot of painkillers, a lot of cough syrups, a lot of, how would I say it, other things like toilet paper. Toilet paper I was able to order through that. 500 count roll of 2-ply sheets for $2 a roll. It was like Costco prices. You couldn't beat it. It was, I was in pig heaven. Literally, this really saved me from being nickeled and dimed to fucking death, which is what such OTCs do. They nickel and dime you to death. They take everything you have. But these benefits, which were saving my ass, well, they no longer exist. And what they've replaced them with is this quote unquote flex card. Flex card, nothing flex about it. It is limp as an impotent dick. It was, anyhow, they've changed their source from Medline to some other bumfuck startup ad hoc operation. That the first thing I did was, of course, I called my nurse case manager to ask her about this card because I sure as hell didn't want to activate this card and screw myself out of the benefits I already had. For over-the-counter or God knows something else, because these things can happen. You just mess with a form, like what happened with the UCSF Dental, where I was getting perfect dental, and the health of my teeth has been seriously impacted by that 1 year I spent outside of UCSF Dental system. Now, granted, during COVID, UCSF was horrible, but you know, after that, they recovered themselves to a great degree. And all that being said, what happened was that they sent me a form online just asking me to fill out some stuff about age and ethnicity. I should never have responded to that form, but just even responding to that gave their system the alert that I was on their program and I should not have been because of the change that had been made by Kaiser in my insurance system, which turned it from a PPI into a something else. Two major insurance systems. Somebody could tell me. Here, let's look it up. Two major in HMO. I went from a PPI to an HMO or some shit like that, or just the opposite. And then what happened was I spent a year where I had to find out the repercussions of what I would sacrifice if I changed my insurance from an HMO to a PPI again while remaining in the Kaiser system. And I was forewarned, well, you'll get your dental benefits, but you'll have to get your prescriptions outside of the Kaiser system. And if you enter our emergency room, we would have to go to other systems to access what prescriptions you're on. Or, we would know what your doctor prescribed you, but we wouldn't know it was stupid things like this. And I had to take it all into consideration and I was ready to make the leap. And that's when I was flipped back by Kaiser itself to HMO or PPI. I don't consciously remember which one I'm on, but it enabled me to get back into UCSF Dental. And now we're playing catch up to try and make up for the damage of the year that I was out of that system, which was horrific because I went to a private company that was just, there's no words. There's no, you may as well just not go at all to the dentist. It's like you may as well just stay home and violently brush your teeth until your gums bleed or something. But at any rate, with what happened with that, I didn't want something like that to happen again. So I didn't activate the Flex card until I consulted a number of people. Nurse case manager, of course, didn't respond. She would have to call back. That's normally the way things are, kind of. And so I called the member services, and a woman answered who was exactly, I could tell the accent because I worked with the government for so many years and I gave everybody this long, extended, historical reason why the government, that when I was working with the Department of Defense and had to deal with many other government branches, the IRS and many others, many of them were dominated by Black African American females from the Deep South who retained this Creole, there's no other word for it, a Creole that rendered them to your average American incomprehensible. It would be like the difference in England. Oh, Brendan's on the call with us. And, oh yes, New Year's, DW has all the, okay, good. And what's this other one you've just sent, Brendan? By the way, don't just let me drone on like this, Brendan. Here we are, power out again in San Francisco. Thank you for this. PG&E outage leaves thousands in San Francisco neighborhood without power. It's at any rate, yes, here we are. Brendan's back with us, and I can help him correct his narrative. Shall we say, not that he made any mistakes in his narrative, but rather I can help him to reiterate his narrative so that people understand the gravity of what happened to him the other day. I was talking about firearms. Thank you. Yeah, I'll say thank you, even though, let's put it this way. Your emphasis is such that sometimes I have to think twice before I understand. Yeah. So tell me, yes, this is what I was telling people how dangerous fireworks can be. Now, here we are. What happened the other day, just to make sure people understand the gravity of the situation, you're at work and people start throwing what are called barrel bombs. These are M80s. And just so people understand, these may as well be fucking hand grenades. It's not an exaggeration. They're called hand grenades colloquially because if they go off in your hands, you lose your hands. And I have seen photographic evidence of this. I have never seen it personally happen, but I have seen photographic evidence of people who are in a bar where they lit up an M80 and the guy's holding it in his hand while the other guy lights it, and it blew. And his hands were blown off. He was left with visible finger bone, the bones of his hands, all quite visible. Yeah, these
Yeah.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can find photos online.
yeah,
It pretty
okay.
much takes your hand apart.
Yeah, it'll take your hand off. It'll take your hand off.
Yeah.
And then they showed the
That's if
rehabilitative.
you're lucky. That's if
Yeah,
you're lucky.
yeah. They showed the rehabilitative surgery for this idiot. I hate to say it, but what else can you say? And they had to remove his big toes from his foot to reapply them to his hands to give him a pair of opposable thumbs to what are essentially 4 fused fingers, or whatever remained of his finger bones to fuse together. So he had a mitten kind of hand, you know, big toe for opposable thumb on each end and a little bit. You don't want to wind up like that, people. So don't play with these things. But these people were, and they were setting off M80s, basically. Well, you can take it to lure Brendan out, specifically to lure Brendan out because they thought he was alone. And by setting this off, because there were other people who were there, to Brendan's great fortune.
They were throwing it into the vents of the building.
Thank you. Go on, take it from there. So it sounded like the building was exploding. Go on,
So they got on the roof and they were throwing them on the roof, and I can hear them throwing them like down into like the vents, and it was shaking the building. Yeah. So that's why the electricians and we all went outside to see what was going on, see if we can get these people off the roof, and that's when they threw huge pieces, like literally blocks of wood with nails coming out of it, like medieval torture implements, like at this dude's head, like at his face. Yeah. And he was livid, you know, of course.
And it was heavy enough to sunder. It was heavy enough with enough weight behind it to break when it hit the ground, shatter, you know, these big pieces of wood. These are not small pieces of wood. And they specifically threw it at him. They thought you were alone. They want to lure you out. The engineers went out first, and they attacked them because they thought it was you because he was wearing the glasses you used to wear, the kind of frames you used to wear. Go on.
Exactly. Yeah, so they just saw, oh, okay, this is him, because it was dark out, and they didn't expect us to be, or they expected me to be alone because that was the intel. Because they were told this guy wants to stay on his normal hours and shit. But what they didn't realize is there was something going wrong with the electrical system from the various occult sieges that have hit that region. Let's say these power outages that also hit the facility. And so they had to do like emergency repairs on the fire system. Otherwise we would have all died or something if there was ever a fire. So they like forced them to work overtime or whatever. Like, even though it was a holiday week, they said, you guys have to go in and fix this before the people come back. So they were working basically off schedule, but they had to, for various reasons. So anyways, the intel was bad. They thought I was alone. And I, like, just like last time when they were shooting the incendiaries at my car, trying to blow up the chlorine barrels, like something out of a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so, you're in an what's effectively an industrial grade site when it comes to chemical storage and various other things that are highly explosive, highly dangerous.
It's a maintenance site. So there was chlorine and various chemicals for the pool, and next to a gas heater. It was like, to heat up the pool, it was all gas and electric. And so it was like one of the most, ridiculous places you could throw these bombs or these things, these incendiary, I called them incendiary devices. And the cops didn't disagree with me. I told them that. So
thank you. And very important point, except again, the other factor here is the police are obviously, for all intents and purposes, aware of the situation and, shall we say, for all intents and purposes, cooperating with the enemy or the gang stalkers, the assailants. If it hadn't been for other people on site, they would not even have responded because you're essentially blacklisted. The woman even saying so who responded, like, is there anyone else there? And if there were no one else there, she would not have dispatched the police, correct?
Guaranteed. Yeah. And actually she wasn't. She was saying, oh, it's really busy night tonight. We might not have anyone. And then when those electricians came up, they were yelling at me saying, someone threw a brick at me. Like, we need help. We need the police and shit. So she heard that. And I was like, yeah, these other people are asking me to call the police. Yeah. So there you go.
And then when the police show up, the fuckers don't even get out of the car. They make assumptions that are not rational or logical without having
No,
any evidence
no,
whatsoever. Oh,
no.
kids, more kids, and you had to tell them it's adults, right? You had to say,
Yeah, my other colleague that was actually working with me, he said no, they were like at least in the age range of 17 to 18, if not older. And they were full grown people because we could hear them on the roof. So you could definitely hear the difference between kids and someone who's like my size walking on the roof. And we definitely heard them. They're fully grown adults.
And
So there you go.
yeah, thank you. And
But the
but
cops were saying they're just kids that just, do this sometimes.
yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. That's
Which is, I mean, you think about the logic. It's like if this was like, if this was like, like some quote unquote kids in the West Bank, they would just blow them to smithereens. Like
yes.
the IDF would like zap them,
Oh God, yeah, they would
But
kill them in a
anywhere else here, like when I'm actually, my team and people, my colleagues are actually getting attacked, they just say, "Oh, no big deal.
Yeah,
it's
it's
you guys deal with it, whatever."
Yeah, it's
So there you go.
it's outrageous. Outrageous. And so
Like if I did that, if I threw a freaking firework into an open pit of explosive like chemicals, they would have me on the ground. Like
fuck yeah.
Up.
And they call it domestic terrorism. And they would call it domestic terrorism.
Instantly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
By the way, Purple Star Seed 444 says that my health insurance just got cut off today. No more subsidy. Happy New Year's, everyone. So I gave her prayers. May all our prayers be with her. I said, so sad. May the new year bring blessings to compensate. But definitely, she says to you as well, sweet Douglas. Thank you, honey, and most blessed be. Yeah, aside from that, I can
Well,
finish.
we're gonna hear a lot more of that.
Oh yeah. So get this. So when I call the individuals at member services, and I was telling people, a lot of Black African American women, because of everything I explained historically, who speak this very heavy Southern Creole dialect of English, it would be as impossible for most Americans to interpret as it is for English people in London to interpret somebody speaking with a heavy Cockney accent or various Ulster accent, or there's various regional dialects in England that London British people cannot understand. Literally, they because the way the English is spoken is simply so regionalized that
like Manx or those northern accents are pretty tough,
right,
for anybody.
Yeah. And but basically a lot of these women who had this deep Southern Creole, especially because they're Black African American and they grew up in highly isolated or ethnically enclave communities. Isolated, I mean economically, divided from the major city by highways going through the city, whatever it is. Their accents become extremely distinct. And I was able, because of my experience for years with the government, to understand most of what she was saying, but I still had to get her to repeat herself a few times, more than a few times. But when I said, hey, this Flex card, if I activate this, I just made my order before the end of the month through the Medline system. I've grown to love that system, really depend upon that system, delivering it straight to my door. So how could, what's going on here? Oh, well, that's all gone now. And it's like, oh God, yeah. And she said, well, we've got this new Flex card, and this way you go to the, pharmacy. It's CVS.
Oh, I'm sure they gave a whole script for the spin.
Yeah.
Gave her a whole script for that.
If so,
it's easier for you to do it yourself.
Oh, yeah. I said, but it was delivered right to my home. What about people who are homebound, disabled, elderly? Well, now you get more exercise.
She literally said that?
Yeah, no, I had to say that, but
okay.
No.
That would be bad.
Yeah, I said that part, but I said, well, I guess I get more exercise, because she said, well, you have to go to the Walgreens, Rite Aid, CVS. Granted, they've got all the major franchises for pharmacies are covered by that card for what little it does, but it basically is down from $150 a month allotment to $75 a month allotment, which is almost half taken away. And so when and you have to use it or lose it. It doesn't pile up if you don't use it. So that means that, you know, once every 3 months I've got to go on a spending spree, which is not unreasonable, but what is unreasonable is a lot less will be covered and the prices will be a lot higher, because Medline was like Costco. All of it was bulk items, much cheaper, but this new shit is you're paying full price from
Retail.
Yeah, retail price, and it's taking a lot less out of it. So back to being nickel and dime to death to a degree. But then she told me, well, you know, when I'm pointing out all of these, discomforting inconveniences, she points out, well, you're so lucky you're not in SoCal, meaning Southern California, because in SoCal, they just cut it off completely. There's no flex card at all, just no more benefits. And I was like, wow. I said, that must be that new Trumponomics, where they're acting against a particularly brown demographic and preventing them from getting any benefits whatsoever. At any rate, at the end of the conversation, she said, oh, you've been the best client I've talked to in a long time. Most people talk to me are screaming and pulling their hair out. And I'm like thinking,
Oh, I bet.
yeah, it was like, really? I can't imagine why. That's all. So there you go with that, everybody. Yeah. So everybody's
Yeah, the
caught.
messenger always gets shot, but you know,
Yeah,
what can you do
well,
about that?
I can't say I have much sympathy for somebody who gets paid to tell people that they're fucked.
I mean,
yeah.
it could be worse. You could be a Cheeto lord, you know,
Yeah. So
doing nothing.
there you go. Or Purple Starseed says, like she said, her health insurance just got cut completely. Oh, did you hear about, where is it? Minnesota? They're cutting off all the child care? They're cutting off all the child care because they claim it was fraud.
Because of the Somalis.
Oh, I guess. They were claiming it was a string of fraud cases. So,
Yeah, because I honestly, I'm not trying to buy into it, but I believe that. Basically, they were getting all these childcare credits and opening these fake daycare fronts.
Jesus Christ.
And they were just taking the money because none of those people actually need childcare because they're forcing the women to stay home because they're Muslim.
Yeah,
they're
that's
hardcore
true.
Muslims.
Yeah, that's true.
So they have all the aunties caring for the kids while the two parents work, and they get the stipend. So it's like they're making buku.
Yeah. God damn.
They're making two incomes plus government stipends. I mean, yeah, it's fraud. Yeah. And I don't doubt it. You know?
Cool.
So there you go.
Yeah. But to cut everybody off, that's hitting people, of course, who were not part of that.
Exactly.
That's pretty extreme. That's a pretty extreme reaction, and it's
well, it's not like we're dealing with normal. I mean, you know, what is it called? Like
normal state. Yeah.
You know, like the strike proportional strike. It's not like that anymore.
Thank you. Elevated and graduated level of response is out the fucking window.
Yeah. No, it's just like, you know, oh, they're evil immigrants, and then they just cut everyone off, even the whites. Yeah.
Yeah, so. That's right. And the whites will be hit the hardest, because they weren't pulling any of that shit. God damn. So people are going to die. People are going to die. Children are going to die.
Yeah, children are going to be left. Well, basically, because then the parents can't work as much, and then they have no food. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's horrendous.
But thank God Trump's going to start garnishing our wages for student debt.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I love that. What exactly is that going to do?
Make people...
Kill people faster.
Kill people faster, yes. Holly's joined us.
They're operating on the Ayn Rand, where they're saying, it'll make them pull themselves out of their bootstraps. You know, like the shit my uncle was pulling when he had help his entire life, that stupid prick.
Yeah.
He said, you're just not trying hard enough. As if like working 3 jobs and going to school was like a waste of time. You know, like, oh, he's not even trying.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Yeah. Well, his kind have...
and he even admitted, he said, I didn't graduate till I was 35, and I still and I knew for a fact this is all true because I lived with them when I was a child. Yeah. All of the brothers lived with my grandparents till they were 30. So basically they got free rent, got to go to college, got everything paid for, food, because my grandma was always cooking, all the way till they were in their 30s. And then this guy's saying, we made we're self-made men. as they're arguing over my grandpa's deathbed for the house money.
Yeah.
We made it all ourselves, but we have to grovel for this, pittance. Stupid fuckers, man.
Oh my God. It's my contempt for humanity. Look, we don't need to give out names, but our man Brendan was working for what I call the Stygian stableman for a while. You might just relay the insanity there of the Stygian stableman.
By the way, I was so tired when you kept saying Stygian that I had no idea what was going on, and then it all clicked, and I was like, yeah. It was Stygian.
Yes, there you go.
And that's almost an insult to Hades. Like it was worse than that.
True. Yeah, that's
like the poor guy, the poor fairy guy. What did he do to deserve that? Nothing. But this guy was worse. This guy's worse.
Oh shit! But so dear Holly's joined us. Holly, give us a little update. How are you doing for New Year's Eve?
I'm fine. I just wanted to make a quick aside on the poor Somali, Minnesota flap.
Yes, tell us about
because as far as I can tell, one guy with one phone started wandering into these places and making YouTubes about it.
Jesus Christ.
And that's how the whole thing flapped up, because the ones, the MAGA types just thought it was the greatest opportunity ever known and blew it up into billions and billions. So myself, I don't know how extreme it was, but I'm skeptical about the billions and billions they're claiming off this one guy's YouTube.
Jesus Christ. That
I don't know how much more evidence they have.
They probably don't need it.
And there's plenty of crooked daycares, all every color in the rainbow. It's a way to survive.
Right. Well, by the way, I'm not saying that they don't need any more evidence because that evidence was so conclusive. What I mean to say is they're not looking for any more evidence. They're looking for any excuse. No.
No. And they took it away from every kid in the state.
Yes. No matter what their color.
My God. That does seem a little deranged. And, I read a historical context on the bootstrap thing.
Yes. Go on.
And apparently and I haven't, I believe this source, whatever it was at the time. At the time, it was used as a satirical phrase by the starving citizens of whatever time period it was. It was way pre-Depression, I think, but it was, they were legitimately suffering. And so the wit wrote the newspaper, are we to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps?
Okay.
So if you put the other accent on it, it was never meant to be advice.
Thank you.
Pull yourself up from your own bootstraps.
Right.
That's how inverted it is.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I'll buy that. That's that it's the typical kind of Ayn Randian perversion, which brings us back
to
yeah. Thank you.
And all the people walking around with that lodged in their heart, because we heard that one all our lives.
Yeah.
Well, until it actually hits.
Yeah.
Like those farmers down in the Midwest, I showed Doug that they were like, when they finally got all their funding cut and the USDA stopped giving them their payments, they were all in
for the foreign, saying,
only God can help us now.
Yeah.
Like no one was answering to their, they were saying, please, we can't afford food, all these loans were paying for our tractors, and no one was answering, and they said only God can help us.
So good luck with that.
Bootstraps. They didn't even, it's not like they didn't even do go and try and sell fruit on the side. On the side of the road. They just gave up.
Oh my God.
Paper.
Yeah.
Continue, Holly. What were you just about to say?
No, there was something about that, and I just lost it because I was concentrating on Brendan about that. Farmers getting
So,
screwed. Oh yeah, we got to
Mhm.
count on God, but hey, don't forget to vote.
Now, Purple
Oh, and they
Stars.
and they
That'd
all
Go.
be a
voted
good
for Trump,
bumper
so it goes
sticker.
without saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. As an aggregate, the
Yeah.
farming lobby did overwhelmingly vote for Trump, which made no
Yeah.
sense.
Always
And I'm
has.
Yeah.
not politicizing it. They were actually saying that. They said,
Yeah.
"How could someone we voted for do this to us?" They were actually
Right.
actively saying that in
Oh
the
yeah.
news article.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Like some of those Jan Sixers when they went to jail.
Well, yeah, the Jan Sixers ultimately got their wishes, though. They were all
They
pardoned by
did,
him.
but
Yeah.
it took like 5 years. At least we have that.
Yeah, thank God for that.
You
Yeah.
know, they were all pissy because they had to go at all.
Yeah. True enough. True enough. And now they want compensation, of course, which I don't know if that's been delivered.
Oh
But
yeah, reparations.
reparations, yes.
Oh,
Yes, that's
the
what
insult of it.
yeah, oh yeah, you have no idea.
Yeah.
That's something to go into. Purple Starseed in the chat, she says, I hope we get that 2,000 from Trump. I have no money for my property taxes. They say Congress needs to approve the 2K from the tariffs. So I'll simply answer her by we are all praying for that.
Oh,
We are all
I
praying.
won't break the news right now. Yeah.
Break
yeah,
it to
I
her
want
heart.
to.
Break it to her heart. You'll have to.
I want to.
That
Yeah.
I
money
could
ain't
do
ever
it.
coming.
Yeah.
It's never coming.
Oh
Yeah.
no, girl.
No
No,
one
no,
count.
no.
You know what is it? Don't count your eggs before they hatch. Like,
Yeah.
Oh boy, not this big egg.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
That
Ugh.
egghead's just he's just as
Yeah.
bad as the one from the Sonic franchise.
Oh.
You can't trust him.
Mm.
Oh no, not at all. Here we are. This is how I responded in the chat. Heart hands. We are all praying hard, but harbor no expectations, my dear Purple Starseed 444. So yeah, we cannot bank on that. It's
Not on that.
Well,
yeah.
here, a card
Do
just
better
fell.
at the lottery.
Yeah.
Get some scratchers.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the humor, but some people might.
It's
take that
heartbreaking.
seriously.
No, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, and
Yeah, it's-
scratchers are evil incarnate.
Oh, So a card fell. So we'll see what this says.
Okay, cool.
Six of Pentacles
Okay. And
signifies the sharing of good fortune with others. There you go.
Oh,
wow.
Plans work out, success in rebuilding,
Mhm.
satisfactory gains from sharing time and money to worthy causes.
Mhm.
that's upbeat.
Yeah.
So it's something.
Yeah.
Send
Giving
in your
back. So
dues,
maybe-
everybody.
Maybe he will give back to society. Maybe that's a good sign.
Well, it's not much, but it's something.
He has a heart.
Yeah. I don't know about
Oh
that.
boy. Yeah.
He's got a lot of money though, so he might as well spread some of that around. I mean,
It says
Well,
sharing of
it's
the wealth, so there's a chance.
amazing
There's a chance.
how many people for $2,000
Mhm.
would be loyal for life to the guy.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, it'll take more than 2,000.
Yeah, it'll take a lot more than
You would
that.
think, but I'm not sure.
No, honey. That's the $2,000 is almost offensive. A lot of people
Yeah.
are holding out for that $2,000, but
I like what Sammy said. He said 10 grand.
Yeah.
He said, just give us
Right.
all 10 grand and we'll all shut up. You know, I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Yeah, it would seriously. You just at any rate, remind me privately later on to tell you some other just stories, Ollie. But what else do you know about the situation of this $2,000 stipend? Not stipend because it's only once. It's like
You're just jaded because you want 5 instead of 2, right?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, well, 6, really, 6 still.
Yeah,
I mean, because the 500 I got right now, that's going quick. So it's
Okay,
still...
another card fell.
Oh, cool.
Well, yeah. So the first card, that's a good one.
So what's the second
I
card?
feel good about it.
Yeah, and what's the second card?
It's a major arcana.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Cool. I think.
Card number 19.
Okay.
If anyone knows that card.
I don't.
The Sun.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Joy, optimism,
Wow.
clarity, trust, ambition, success,
Dang.
Wow.
vitality, and happiness.
Wow. Cool.
The sun
You're
shown
dealing
as a
all
child,
aces.
Yeah.
child riding a white horse, the symbolic of life in full bloom.
Mhm.
The fool has passed through the dark night and shows the
Jeez.
way to clarity ahead.
Mhm.
He knows where he's going and knows what to achieve, indicating energy, joy, optimism, worldly success. This card suggests it's the perfect moment to embrace opportunities, live life to the fullest. When this card appears, it promises health, happiness, and perhaps even new birth. So there you go.
Yeah.
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 Excellent.
Boy,
Excellent.
this conversation could have gone a whole other way.
Yeah.
That's
it-
exceptionally good.
Well, this
Yeah.
was just divination. They just were literally falling out of
That's
the
what
deck.
I'm saying.
I'm not
Thank
even playing
God.
the cards.
It'd be a
Yeah.
bummer.
Yeah, so there we go.
Wow. And it's nice timing with the coming spring.
Indeed.
Yes.
And next year is ruled by the sun, by the way,
Excellent.
because
Okay.
it adds up to the number 1 in numerology would be the solar
Mm.
1.
Mm.
Excellent.
This crazy clump right up in there, and Pluto's heading into it now.
Tell us about
Mars,
this.
Mercury,
Yeah, there's
Venus,
some
and the
speed
sun
bumps in
and the
there.
moon. It's wild, but they've been hugging it up for a long time,
Oh,
going
definitely.
back and forth.
It's
Mercury
going to be a
and
fiery
Venus.
year, as Doug
Yeah.
just explained.
Yes.
Yeah, right. The
And-
fire horse, right?
Yes, that's right. And hopefully I survive it. So Purple Starseed 444 says, "Yay, I like that card." And so I said the cards like you in return. Just Starseed.
Which
so,
one? I guess they were both decent. but
Yeah.
yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, they're both decent, yes. And so all of that having been articulated, I think that's a great start to tonight. And what else? You sent me a lot of links. I haven't had a chance to look at any of them before the show started. I'll try and review them directly after the show ends. Or if are there any in particular that you think I should be paying attention to, Brendan? The links that you sent? Aside from the most immediate
Yeah,
ones you
all
sent.
of them.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, well, maybe we could take a the short trip through that right now. Let's go through Brendan Zogit's.
Well, some of them you might not be able to.
Yeah. Some of them I might not be able to. Yeah. That's anyhow. So we take a look at that, or I'll have to rephrase this. So here we are. Just a typical house. Oh, here we are. Yes. House price. This is it. Yes. The roofs. The roofs in
Yeah. So that one. Well, we probably shouldn't touch too much on it, but that's Gloucester, where our beloved archivist lives.
Yes, that's right.
And that house is going for 1.5 million pounds, and it has a roof on it from like the 1400s.
The Tudors and shit.
If it's good enough for them, it must be good enough for others.
Yeah.
If it's good enough for millionaire real estate, then I don't think they need to be replaced that often.
Yeah,
anyways, let's leave it at
ancient
that.
tile on the roof. It's part of the selling point is ancient tile on the roof. Yes.
Yeah,
And
Doesn't look like it's collapsing.
yeah, no kidding. And then, of course, the lady who was prime ministress for just a period of a few weeks has come back. Yeah.
Did you see that? The AI black box that they're giving people?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Can you believe that? What the fuck
it-
do you think that is? It's almost like a psyop.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like a pyramid scheme. That's what
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Yes. Yeah.
Where they say we only gave it to a select group that AI chose, and then they have to probably put a bunch of money in or something.
No doubt. It's like they're joining some kind of God knows. It's an initiation towards something. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's incredibly sinister.
Yeah.
Incredibly sinister.
It's just bizarre. Well, if not sinister, it's along the lines of their
like
version of crypto. But go on.
Yeah. Oh, it's worse than crypto. I'm sure you'll never even see anything in the wallet. They'll just steal your money. Like you don't even get the honor of the downward trend line. You just get fucking ripped. It says here in the comments, someone said, I quote Groucho Marx, I refuse to join any club that would have me as a member.
Yes. Yeah. There you have it. Now,
That's it.
what the devil is this, Holly? What is this? Holly?
It's a unit that attaches to the toilet so that you can get an analysis of your stools. But I love the headline, "You're wasting your data."
Yeah, don't waste your body's data. Decode it. So this reads your waste
Okay,
products.
this is a full page back cover glossy ad at the back of Wired.
Yeah. For
Right.
Kohler.
Oh, I see
And so
it.
that's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
caption
Yeah,
for the
decoder.
tech bro who already has everything.
Yeah. Cool.
They
For
need
the
to zoom
tech
in on your
bro
poop. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what they
who
were missing.
already has chemically analyzing it.
This is Brian Johnson shit.
It's almost, yeah, it's
Exactly.
almost like some sick, like voyeurism or something.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of fetishistic.
Fetishistic, yes.
Fetishistic.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
You're wasting your
speaking of
data, though.
Brian.
That's the main problem here. Who would want to do that?
That's, yeah, what a way to
Who
phrase
would
it.
want to do that?
What a way to phrase it. Yeah. And what did
Yeah.
you say,
Oh,
Brendan?
God.
What did you say, Brendan?
Oh, I said, speaking of Brian Johnson, did you see after the shrooms, he's now like, he's like a romantic now or something.
Oh, God.
Mm.
He's writing bio-erotic romance like novels.
Oh, no.
He said,
No.
did I show you that?
Yeah,
read some of it. It's hilarious.
I'd have to get Holly to read it. It's like one of these things where
I
turn on
don't
the screen
know.
share. I turn on the
As
screen
someone
share.
in the comments said, they called it bio-romance. I called it nutritional erotica.
Yeah.
You'd have to hold me.
Yeah. It's like it's pretty just. It's just weird shit, you know. I'll see if I can find. Yeah, we are the
So
shrooms.
the last thing I heard was that he kind of said nothing really worked, and the best thing you can do is sleep more.
Yeah, actually, the best thing you can do is sleep more. He's got that down.
I know.
Yeah.
We know that, but you
Yeah.
can't because you work 3 jobs.
Yeah.
You know, and kids and blah, blah, blah. Sleep is a luxury, motherfucker.
Yeah, so true. So sadly true. So here we are, dear Holly. Can you see this on your screen share, or is that just too small?
I'm looking. I can blow it up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, can you expand what he's saying here on the right?
Let's see. I can't. I press the plus button and nothing happens.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's Brian Johnson, and he's got their cell phone so they can take a selfie in the mirror while they hug, because every act of intimacy has to be captured and broadcast. They have empty shelves. I see a lot of empty shelves, so they have shelves for no good reason.
I wonder what kind of peptide he's taking.
It's
Shrooms.
Yeah, shrooms.
Wink, wink. Oh, is that it?
Well, okay, so he didn't think like this before the shrooms.
He needs to cleanse
and it could just
herself?
be a shtick. It could be a shtick, but who knows?
It's shtick, or at any rate, the individual.
Wow.
He's amusing
So
himself.
it's a lot of washing.
Yeah.
But now we're getting into money and
accused him of
signals.
being too robotic, so he did this whole "I'm gonna do shrooms" thing, and now he's acting like he's, you know,
humanistic,
Oh my
quote unquote.
God.
human. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, he's trying to humanize
My
himself.
environment is a pristine anti-aging laboratory.
Oh, that's
Air,
paragraph
water,
4.
food, and
5,
light
yeah.
are meticulously measured, toxins filtered, purification systems run autonomously,
Biomarkers tracked.
nutrition calibrated. Yet outside of my control is the affection of another. 68 trillion cells that constitute Brian Johnston run non-negotiable code. They demand.
Oh,
they demand.
boy.
Here we are. I'll just cut and paste this whole thing and then put it into the text box and see if it works. It should hold.
God.
Should hold. But this is.
So he's writing bioerotic.
This is like. Well, there's nothing erotic about it. Maybe
he gets there. He gets there.
Yeah. Oh, does he really? That's. I'm not quite sure. I want to get to that point. So,
No.
yeah. So here we are. Let's see if this fits in.
I'll read the part I like.
There we are. So it fit.
Yeah.
It fit.
Oh, do.
It actually fit. It actually fit. Look at that. Yeah, it's in the text box. This is Brian Johnson. So it's you can read that now straight out of the text box, so I don't have to hold the screen on that shit.
I slip my hand under her shirt and brush the small of her back.
Oh my God.
Goosebumps spread like a wildfire. Her hypothalamus stimulates the release of GnRH, which tells the
Oh,
pituitary gland to wake up the reproductive system. Our olfactory system consumes each other with delight, signaling immune system compatibility. I move my hands to her jawline. Our mirror neurons speak to each other. I know what she wants. Lips press against hers. I bite it. And the blood vessels dilate from
oh,
acetylcholine and nitric oxide release.
oh, you're killing me.
No
It,
longer are we concerned with the 68 trillion cells. The prefrontal cortex goes dark, eliminates future planning and probabilistic modeling. Our parietal lobes diminish, dissolving into the boundaries between self and other. No longer Kate and Brian, now just a singular biological entity suspended in bliss. The outside world goes quiet. It doesn't exist. We dissolve into raw existence. Yeah, so that's his new field. He's no longer a biohacker. He's a erotic novelist.
Yeah.
What did you think about that? Anybody? Any comments?
He's still doing a lot of tracking of it.
Yeah, that's for
I
sure.
mean, he's constantly aware of his white blood cell chemistry
Counting
and blah,
shit,
blah, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah,
yeah,
what every
he's
little nerve ending is doing. So,
yeah.
in
Oh, here it is.
detail.
$1 billion in fraud has been uncovered. Fraudulent food, housing, and childcare.
Yeah,
The
give me a
true figure
break.
is $9 billion. It's like, oh
Right?
shit, they should be driving Bentleys then. What do they? We got to find these people.
See, I don't know, man. I just
Well,
don't
this
know.
is suspect. I don't know if this part's true, but this was reported by New York Post. The daycare that was under scrutiny had their important documents stolen in a mysterious break-in. So, I mean,
Oh,
that's
God.
convenient.
Oh, please. Oh. This wants
Oh,
to fuck walls up the ass.
I don't always. This is the comment. One of the comments. I don't always break into daycare centers, but when I do, I steal the files. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
well
man,
said.
this is sick. Imagine that. God damn, like the day after fucking Christmas. What a motherfucker.
Why don't they go after the real fraudsters like the insurance fuckers and all
Why
these other
don't
people?
they?
I'm not saying
We
they're
got
not
a
frauding, but it's kind of like
marketplace.
small fry.
Yeah.
At this point, small fry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's busting the user.
Yeah, it's well, thank you for that little bit of absolutely bizarre poetry that is going to be considered quite temporary. It will be very dated within a period of time. It'll age like milk.
You're talking about Brian Johnson?
Yeah, Brian Johnson. I'm still scarred by that.
Wow.
It's
That's a mouthful. That's the kind of thing you burn in your shamanistic mushroom
yeah,
campfire
yeah,
when you're done.
yeah.
The next day.
It's pretty tacky.
He's impressing himself.
Oh.
He's impressing himself. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
That he's
And
never.
because it's a social media post, I wonder if like she wrote it for him or he is like.
I think it's AI. I think it's AI.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's just pure AI.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, and so these people are totally incapable of stringing words together like that. It's more like stream of consciousness that would come from an AI hallucination, and so it's there you have that. And in the interim, of course, with
do you want me to pull it like a prognosis card, or do you want to do that later?
Sure, why not? No, let's
do it
for yourself, for Doug.
Okay.
Oh God, no, not publicly.
Hey.
Are you sure?
Yes, sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Not publicly. God, no. I don't need that. It's
okay, how about I pull it and I don't say anything? How would you feel about that?
I'd prefer you don't, because you know what would be the point? You're just gonna hold on to it. God knows you'll let loose some insinuation.
Can you do one for the group, say?
Oh, no.
Anybody listening?
We can do like a collective, yeah.
Hey, I was trying to count the last two personally.
Yeah. We'll take those last two.
Those apply to everyone.
Let's stop while we're ahead with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's stop while we're ahead with that. Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I really, but then again, what you can do is you can do
Yeah,
something
really.
for
That is
collectively
pushing it.
for the economy? How about something collectively for America while I grab something
Okay,
from
so we can do
next
that.
to me? I'm going to take the
All
earbuds off for
right.
several seconds. I'll be back in just a matter
Okay, so
of
we'll
He
just do
wants
it while
the
you
yeah.
grab.
So while
economy.
you're doing that, you do the economy and the general America. You know, direction America is heading in prognosis. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay,
Okay,
that's a big one. Yeah,
and then
that's a
we'll
whopper.
pull one for Doug while he doesn't hear it. We can sneak that in.
All
All right,
right.
so the
I'll
first one is
gamble.
general prognosis for the economy. Let's see. Okay, 10 of staves. Doesn't seem too bad. It
Yeah.
looks kind of like a lot of work though.
Yeah.
10 of staves. There's like a dude that's like carrying a bunch of sticks, so it looks pretty heavy.
Ah,
Yeah,
a worker,
yeah. It
a
looks like
laborer.
this year is going to be
The year of the worker? Yeah, baby. One big union.
yeah, that would be nice, but I think it's okay. So it's not bad. It says 10 of wands, an old man reaching his final destination.
Huh.
He's hunched over, but he's come a long way. Efforts are about to pay off, but at a cost. There you go. You'll need
Pay
to
off for
rest
who?
so that new ideas can come forth. It says 10 of wands, achievement, attainment of goals, experience gain, rest, and regeneration needed. So it's a good
Yeah.
card for material gains.
Yeah, it's reasonable. You
It's
know,
not bad.
like it's logical, kind of. I mean, yeah, everything could use a little slowdown
Yeah, there you go.
with all the, yeah.
Well, it looks like it's just going to
fascinating.
be a lot of work, and it will pay off eventually.
Yes.
It's just a lot of work to go through.
Okay.
So
Okay.
carrying
I
a
guess
weight.
that means burning Trump Tower.
Yeah. Well, I think he's just like self-imploding. Apparently, there's another hole in his hand and stuff.
Oh,
It's like,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm
you
back.
can just kind of
Yeah.
watch.
So I'm
Yeah.
back.
But I think
So
it was Murdoch himself who said
yes.
Trump has done everything humanly possible to do for us. He's
Dude,
done it.
what does that mean? Like,
It means that there's no more he could do to facilitate big corporate
Destruction. Yeah.
ease of free ride.
okay, yeah, that's
Absolutely free ride
well. I don't know about that.
in
I
terms
mean,
of responsibility and taxes of any kind.
yeah, that's he's well, he's
They
this.
ain't building libraries and museums anymore for us.
True enough. So what did I miss? During the few moments I
Oh,
was
the
gone about the
card.
card. The
Tell
card.
them the card.
What was the card?
I pulled your prognosis. And I revealed it to the world.
Yeah, very cute, very cute. Come on. I mean about the
He didn't. He was
direction
gonna.
of America.
We talked him into it.
Yeah, you came back too quick. But so the card I pulled was for the collective, and it was realized gains,
oh wow.
but at a cost.
Oh.
So it's a guy holding a bunch of sticks.
Okay.
So it's a lot of work, and you will get gains, but you have to, you'll be burnt out by the end of the year. So that's what it's showing.
Yeah, God.
So it's a lot of
Okay,
work.
the end of this year, not now.
No, end of next year.
Because I was taking it
Yeah.
for like now.
No, end of next year, honey. Yeah,
Yeah,
But
this
correct.
is
we're
like a
also
general-
tired.
A general
Yeah.
full prognosis.
Okay,
Like a full
that's
cycle.
cool.
That's what it
I
seems
can.
like.
That's right
Yeah.
on.
So
Yeah.
just to
Right on.
recap for you, Doug, it was 10 of wands, achievement, attainment of goals,
Mhm.
experience gain, rest, and regeneration needed.
Okay, so that's for America. That's for America.
Yeah.
The direction America is going in, and the economy. Yeah,
Yes.
that's we're going to be dealing with the AI bubble.
Which is a little unsettling because maybe that is who the card's for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
We got
no
to
doubt.
do a little more to tie it all down, but then they
It
can
says,
rest.
You have been shaped by bitter experience, lost the innocence and optimism of youth. Yet,
Huh.
as you reach the end of a cycle, you can find satisfaction in your achievement. Yeah.
Okay.
You will need rest
Yeah.
so
Oh,
that
boy.
new ideas can form. There you go.
All right.
Thank
It
you
could go
for
either
that.
way.
No, very good. Very good. Thank you for that.
It's
Very
not a bad-
accurate.
It's not a bad card.
Yeah,
Not
no, when I say very good,
Mm.
doesn't mean that I'm saying it's good or bad in that sense. I mean that it's very
Right.
accurate. That's very accurate.
Right.
What you're going to have is everybody's going to be working their ass off. By the end of the year, America is going to be exhausted. the gains that will be made will be a wisdom, which is what they are alluding to when they say that your kind of the childhood glow of innocence is going to be replaced by an adult wariness. People are going to realize they've been fucking burned. That's what's going to happen this year, during the course of this
I'm for
year.
that.
Yeah.
I'm for
And
that.
so it's just part of this the horror of basically heading towards civil war. Once people realize they've been burned, that's what we're going to be dealing with and what we're heading toward. Yeah, all of that being said, I definitely appreciate your drawing those cards, Brendan, and I certainly appreciate the mood you're in that prompts you to do that. And
They fell out of the deck.
yeah, and tell us a little bit then. Like I told Brendan, the story he shared of Mr. Stygian Stableman was one of the most pathetic I've ever heard. Yeah, you could tell people just a little bit about how this guy's like, got these kids living with him that then he takes to Disneyland in the middle of a weird ass marriage.
Yeah, well, they're not kids. They're older than I am. They're in
Yeah,
their 30s.
disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah, so he's trying to remarry, and so I was helping him while he injured his arm.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was doing, working in the horse stables, to like clean up the horse patch and the farm that he has and all that. But it's like he has a house full of adults, non-disabled, working, gainfully employed adults, and they don't help him. In fact, they dislike him. The husband of his daughter or whatever hates him, hates his guts, but saps off his money, lives in his house, all that shit. So these people are just disgusting. I mean, I don't even know where to start.
How'd you meet him? How'd you meet him?
They know one of my relations, and so it was just like if you want to do some work, you can come work for this guy. So I did, but it's like the situation was so bad.
Oh.
So he basically.
So it was a Stygian stable. I thought you guys were talking ancient mythology.
No, this is the Stygian stable, and it's like he's
a Stygian stable now.
Going to Disneyland, taking these adults to Disneyland.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Grown-ups that go to Disneyland without kids really make me nervous.
The Disney adults, yeah, it's a shame to the millennials. Yeah.
It gives me the creeps.
Well, let's put it this way. Obviously, we retain a number of details or refrain from giving a number of details for personal security reasons for everyone involved. But this was a case where Brendan has an experience that somewhat parallels my own. He's working on someone else's estate where he's helping them to maintain their properties. And in this case, their properties include animals, the horses. But you're talking about an individual who basically has children that, as Brendan has pointed out, are older than himself, that are living on his estate, on his property, not paying rent. They're all fully employed, and God knows what they're saving up their money for, probably to buy their own homes at some point, at which point they will declare themselves self-made people who worked all their lives to do this. Yeah, and that they did it all themselves. They will all say they did it all themselves, even though it would have all been impossible without having incredible advantages that they got simply by birthright. This is a nepotism that is so consistent with our economic inequity. And with this kind of economic inequity, what you have is a colony of a wealthy man, comparatively wealthy, whose children will become wealthy just based on taking advantage of his wealth, giving them an opportunity to do what they're doing that no one else has. So Brendan, in terms of dealing with these people, is dealing with a kind of community of privilege where he gets to see the worst in human nature. And some of the elements of the worst in human nature are that this man is getting married again. And while doing so, he proposes to his wife to be at Disneyland, decides he's going to take all the kids to Disneyland. Now, it's one thing for a parental adult because we understand that there is a genetic propensity for parents to see their children as never growing up. To a parent, the child is always the young child that they remember in a more wholesome and innocent form, or or at least they project that upon their children. But it's one thing for him to surrender to this dysfunctional pathology, which is completely unhealthy, to cater to these children by buying them tickets to Disneyland. It's what's really at fault here, or what's really reprehensible here, repugnant, repulsive, pathetic, is that these full-grown adults with careers accept he is offering them a trip to Disneyland, that they all take it, not a single one refusing. Not a single one refusing. Now, I understand what Sammy told me. Sammy
especially the kids with, like, some of the family members had, like, you know, their own children, like grandkids. Yeah. But I want to say 3/4 of them did not. So they went by them, you know, just for themselves, which is incredibly insane. I can't even imagine doing that.
Yeah, I mean, as Sammy,
did they make him sleep in the stables? Where's he sleep?
No, I mean, they have a house, but it's just, you know.
Yeah, they give him a room in there. Okay.
The thing is, he maintains the animals and all the various farm animals for them, but they don't lift a single finger to help. They just play video games all day. So they sit inside the house and watch me shovel the horses while they're playing RPG games. And then they get jealous that I'm there, and he's, like, you know, hyping me up, saying, this guy helps me. And so then they hate my guts just because I'm helping.
God.
Can you imagine that kind of dysfunction?
You can't win.
But then again, Brendan finds himself caught into the pattern that becomes predictable, all too predictable. There is when he had the tea pig and the various other tea implements and was making tea at his one friend's house, and then I'm sorry, say that again.
It wasn't a pig.
Okay,
it was a tea pet.
Tea pet, thank you.
My particular tea pet isn't a pig.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know,
there are pigs.
Yes, I was going to say, my mother was born in the year of the pig, so her tea set is a tea pig. So sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah. But
the pigs are charming. It brings abundance because they're very hardy, you know, jovial.
Yes.
So it's actually auspicious, but I'm just saying mine's not.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
you for that qualification. So he winds up alienating all the men in that home because all the girls are gathering around him for the tea ceremony, because they haven't been exposed to any culture or any tea or anything of quality.
That was a different house.
Yeah, of course, totally different house.
Believe it or not, I remember that story.
Yeah.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, of course.
It's been that long, but I remember that story.
It was very memorable because I was never allowed back.
Yeah.
They blacklisted me completely from that.
The guys.
The owner who is the dude. Some dude.
Because all the girls couldn't stop talking about you, and they wanted, you know, the tea again, the tea ceremony and all that exposure to that culture they've never had, because the guys around them only just, you know, shoot the shit and play video games and, you know, talk stupid shit.
They just drink, and the highlight of that idiot's life was going to Burning Man, so you can imagine how boring that fucker is.
Of course. No, it's disgusting.
You should have just told him you were gay.
That doesn't help, honey.
They told him. They probably told him that.
Yeah. They probably said
he's hella gay, and then they kept coming back. So
but the girls,
they didn't care.
First off, let's put it this way:
fuckers.
It doesn't work because the girls. You're going to lose either way if you're a stupid straight guy with nothing to offer by saying, "Oh, that guy's gay," because that only tells the girls he's safe. So then they hang out with him even more. So you lose. You lose either way. You lose by saying he's straight. You lose by saying he's gay. You can't win by trying to defame someone. But when it comes to where Brendan is in this environment, while it's a totally different environment, there's a parallel experience, because this poor son of a bitch who's employed him is, first off, he's somebody who is so incompetent and adult that when he's crawling around in his own mess, hoarding at a level that puts me to shame, or rather, at least as a vampire in my crypt, I can see in the dark. This individual, on the other hand, basically is moving around in the dark, and he cannot see. And I suppose there's an element in his brain that says, it's my home, my environment, I should be safe. But of course, he breaks and shatters bones in his body that cripple him the rest of his life. After Brendan has cleaned everything up for him, he just pollutes it all over again with more hoarding materials that
Oh boy.
repeats
Yeah,
So
this.
it's
so
more
imagine-
than horse shit.
Well, it started as like I was helping him organize stuff, and then he said, "Oh, we got the
Mm.
horses. You know, they haven't been cleaned
Right.
in years or whatever."
Oh.
So I did such a yeoman
Oh, oh,
job
oh.
that he was like, "Oh, I gotta have you do this and that." So I was just
Yeah.
farming money because
Is
was
he
just
paying you much?
Yeah, he was just paying. I mean,
Yeah.
it's nothing. I mean, it's not like some windfall. It's kind of like
No, I
Doug.
understand.
Like they give
I
you just enough to
understand.
survive.
15
to the
and
next,
up, yeah.
Yeah, to the next round.
It's all
But,
treading water. It's all treading
yeah.
water. But go on. Yeah.
Like none of it.
But he pays you. It's not next week.
He pays
That's
me
cool.
while the people at the house
Yeah.
don't pay him rent. And
But he
just watch
pays you
me.
on time, and there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, no, he's compensating
By the
me on time,
job.
so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
but
like-
it's in an environment where people are not contributing to his
I
paying
totally
Brendan.
get that.
Yeah, they're
Well, but
leeching.
get this,
Yeah.
it gets worse. It gets worse. So imagine I cleaned the whole shed, his storage facility. And because I have knowledge of like car parts and various things, I was able to organize them by like make and model and all that shit.
Imagine that.
And within
Yeah.
within a month, he's like, "Oh, put all this junk from one other shed into the shed you just organized." And I said, "Look, I just organized. There's no reason to do that." And he said, "I have nowhere else to put it." So it ends up being like beyond treading water. It was worse than when I started because he's so crazed.
Yeah.
He can't, instead of throwing shit away, he just is moving it around like musical chairs.
Yeah.
So
Awful.
I mean, does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
And how did he wind up tripping over it again? Because it was placed and he didn't know it was placed there, or he himself? What the fuck?
Yeah, and that part of the story is so horrendous because and I could confirm this because I saw him for a couple weeks when I was working with him.
Mhm.
This dude doesn't drink or smoke or anything, and his place is so bad he tripped in his own garage and shattered his shoulder, like all his shoulder bones. So can you imagine someone who's sober as a lark tripping in their own house because it's such a hoarder's nest?
Oh,
and
that's so horrible.
destroying his shoulder, basically permanently.
Permanently.
Is the whole house where the kids are all hoarded up?
I mean, I didn't really want to go inside because they got a bunch of cats, so it smells like shit in there.
Oh shit!
And they keep
So
adopting
they all
cats.
got
It's
crazy disease.
yeah, they're all
toxic.
fucked. They're all toxoplasmosis
Yeah.
out.
Oh man.
But it's like every
Oh,
time I would
man.
go in there, they didn't want me to go in the house, especially the
Right.
husband.
Yeah,
of the
that
daughter
means it's
because-
hoarded up, I'll bet.
Yeah. Well, no,
Ooh.
because he thought I was gonna hit on her or something.
Oh,
Or she
God.
kept coming to talk to me, but I didn't want to talk to her. So he was getting all fucked up. Yeah.
See, that is
Oh,
where the
God.
pattern repeats
You
itself.
can't win there.
Yeah,
No.
see,
Oh,
that's where the
man.
pattern repeats itself. So he's
And I made the mistake of asking, "Oh, what kind of video games are you guys playing?" And then, of course, she's gonna stand there and talk to me about it for like an hour.
right.
And the dude was
Oh.
seething. The dude was like, I could just see he was like seething and just hating.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go.
There we have it. That's where the pattern repeats itself. So
But the whole time I'm thinking, I would need to get away from this bitch. I could care less about your stupid video game.
Mhm.
But it's just
Right.
you're just being nice to them because they're
Right.
the dude's
Right.
daughter. You can't just be like, I don't give a fuck about your
Mm-hmm.
stupid video game. So, anyways, what were you saying, Doug?
No, I was saying here's where the pattern repeats itself, and again, you become enmeshed in other people's drama because first off, the owner of the estate was hyping you up because you are the only person that's helping. I'll bet he has to remunerate you, at least to a degree, even though it's not a windfall. But because of that, they realize it throws into their face a mirror, a reflection of their own inactivity and the fact that they are not contributing, and renders them self-conscious, even though I would presume most of them are so sociopathic or so psychotic that it doesn't sink in consciously. It nevertheless becomes irritating that you're providing an example that they cannot emulate. And then what happens is one of the girls then becomes interested in you because you are the younger man who's working around the estate. and then begins to basically gravitate towards you because you're new, you're active, you can actually do something, you actually are doing something. Obviously, you're going to attract her attention, and this only creates more of this resentment that it could easily, if you hang around long enough, could easily precipitate violence on the part of the psychopath who's married her. I presume that's the same son of a bitch.
Yeah, no doubt.
Who married her, moved in, and never paid rent, while dissing behind his back the father who allows him to do that. The father-in-law, correct?
Yeah, literally. Yeah, that's all true. I don't think it's behind his back. I think they straight up, he knows that he doesn't like him.
Jesus Christ. And then he turns around again, pays for them all to go to Disneyland, and they take
Can you imagine that?
And they take it.
Yeah. And they take it and have a great time and then come back and don't help again. You know, it's horrendous.
And when you asked him why, what was his response?
He didn't give a response. He never gave a response.
His response was, I want them all to be happy. I just want everybody
you're talking about why? I said, why are you guys all going? And he was saying, look, I'm out of money. And I said, what's going on? There's no way you're blowing through your retirement. And he said, I can't retire. I have to go back to work. And I said, how is that possible? And he said, oh, you know, I paid for everyone to go to Disneyland. And I said, how many people? And it was like 20 people or some insane amount of people. And I said, how much did that cost? Oh, $15,000. Hotels and everything. And apparently when they were there, they were buying like souvenirs and he was dishing it out for and
the food alone.
Yeah, and he bought like all the, you know, because he was getting engaged as well at the same time. So he went and just, you know, blew his wad, spent everything. He spent all his money.
So who'd this guy lasso into getting married?
It's someone who he knew from like when they were younger.
No
and then
way.
he rediscovered her and they ended up, you know.
What?
You know, they were all out of, you know, his wife died and then her husband was a piece of shit or something. Okay. So they found each other again, but then now his way of, you know, it's just this horrendous.
It's so horrendous.
It's some kind of cultural
These are grown-ups. The ones with the big houses. What goes on behind those doors?
Farm and estate, but he's never figured out how to live properly. Same thing that happened with my father. I mean, he had like acres of land, multiple sheds, like huge real estate, and he blew it all, destroyed his life, and died. You know, it's just horrifying.
So where'd this guy get his money?
He's just been working. He's just like worked for like construction, blue collar stuff. But
contractors can earn.
This is what happened. His first wife died, and he got deeded the land from the father-in-law. So none of these people, just like my father and my uncles, none of them ever had to pay for their own house, at least not in the beginning.
Wow. Yeah.
So they take that as if they, you know, they say, no, I bought my house. And it's like, but you had a foundation to, you know,
always
to build up your wealth.
You stood on someone else's shoulders. They have other people's shoulders. And
it's fine if you realize it, but it's scary if you don't. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is the common denominator. And then because they don't have that backbone of like what I would call Saturnian, you know, building yourself up from the bottom up, you know, working from the root, having
the 10
a strong
staves.
backbone.
The 10 of
having
staves.
the 10 exactly. Having the 10 of wands, you know, kind of situation, then you have no foundation, so you don't know what to do with all that wealth, and you just fucking fuck it up and have a bunch of stuff you can't take care of. Which is common in America.
Seems to be the case. Yeah.
It's all too common. Yeah. Like my uncle, for example, I don't mind outing him because he's such a rotten piece of shit. He has 5 houses, you know, multiple in Hawaii, and then he was complaining to me, I have too much. I can't keep track of it all. And my accountant lady, you know, his girlfriend or the lady he was exploiting to be his accountant. Like he was like fake loving her while he was going to fuck lady boys in Thailand. You know, just so she would keep his books together. Because he didn't want to do all the work. Yeah, so she would do it for free. Oh my God. So anyway, so he was complaining to me, if you leave and you screw me over, I won't have anyone to pay for this house. And now what am I going to do? And all this shit. And it's like, dude, you have 6 houses, you greedy piece of garbage. and took my grandfather's house, and my grandfather's, like, they had other land, like business, like literal business land, like real estate.
Yeah.
And he's complaining to me, I don't know how to manage it all.
Oh.
And saying that I screwed him over. Like, you know, piece of shit.
A lot of rich people are crazy as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, and so
But he had time to go to Pattaya and fuck those trannies. That's for sure. He had time for that. And then when I asked him, I said, hey, what did you do? Or it wasn't Pattaya. What was that? Phuket. He went to Phuket. Remember I told you guys about
Phuket, and it's actually pronounced by the Thai people as fucky. But go on.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Phuket. Yeah. Yeah, but so he went there, and I said, did you take any photos? He said, no. I said, why not? And he said, I turned off my phone. I turned off all my Wi-Fi. And I said, why? Were you like in the woods or something? He said, no, it was just, I was on vacation, and you know, it was just me and the boys from work, and we just went out
and my burner.
yeah, that's what he shut off everything. And I said, you guys couldn't have taken like one photo on the beach or something? And he said, no, why would I do that? I'm on vacation. And I'm like thinking to myself, everyone on vacation takes photos.
At least a couple.
Yeah, because then you come back and you say, look, I went here and I did this. So the only explanation is he went for ladyboys, because all he kept talking about every time we go to a Thai restaurant or something, he would just say, oh, ladyboy this, ladyboy that. Like, he wouldn't stop. He wouldn't fucking stop talking about
Really?
Yeah, it was constant. And then while calling me gay about every random shit. Like, oh, you're into crystals, that's gay. You're vegetarian, that's gay. You know, vegans are gay. And it's just like the whole time he's like projecting, and I'm like, so what'd you do in Thailand? Oh, we just went to Phuket. And I said, well, what did you do? You know, I kept trying to prod him, like, and he said, yeah, I drank beers on the beach for 2 weeks in Thailand.
Nice long rest.
yeah, resting. I'm sure you were resting. Sick motherfucker. But as Doug knows, we know it wasn't just ladyboys. It was something worse, you know.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
You don't have to study a lot of Freud to see that, man, that shit plays right out on the surface.
It was most likely, I'll just say it was most likely kids.
Yes.
Because he's a sick bastard.
Yes. The children.
And we know, actually, I know it was, and I don't mind outing him at this point because he just screwed me over so many times. It's
Thank
like,
you.
What's he gonna do? Sue me? Fucking don't give a fuck. But basically,
you could always tell him, if it came to that, you could always tell him, fine, I have too much. You can have your pick of all of my property. They could put a lien on it.
What are they gonna?
You're judgment proof, dude.
Yeah. Like, I can
There's
imagine
security in that.
Sifting through my shit, they'd be like, "What is this? Oh, it's like a 1960s tube amp. It's worth about $200." And they're like, you know, they're like, okay.
God. Oh no.
I got a bunch of herbs.
Light bulbs.
Yeah, I'll be like talking their ear off. I got some incandescent light bulbs from the 50s. It's good for your eyes and shit. Basically worthless. But anyways. Yeah, so what was I
You were talking about Uncle and just how you don't mind outing him now. You don't need to worry about being sued.
Oh yeah, okay. So he would, when we were like at the mall or something, he would point at literal teenagers, like little girls, and say, "Are those furries?" And I was like, and it was just some girl with like a, you know, like those little cute hats on with the ears.
Yes.
Oh God.
And he'd say,
Is
"Oh,
that
those
a
are
furry?"
furries." And then he would start like getting like panting and shit. And also the femboys too. He would say, "Are those furries?" And I said, "Dude, furries are children." And he said, "Really?" And I said, "Yes, really." Like, as if he was like acting like he didn't know, you know? And he said,
"Wait, I thought furries were grown-up tech guys in big animal suits."
Well, the ones he was pointing at were like actual children. Yeah. And he kept saying,
"Oh, okay."
He said,
no,
"How
that's
come you
child.
can't find me some furries?" Yeah. And I said, "What do you mean find you furries?" And he said, I've heard a lot." Like, and he kept trying to say that he was like he heard it through the grapevine kind of shit. He said, "I heard a lot about these furries, man. How do I find one? Can you introduce me to one?" And I said, "No, those are children, first of all.
Those
you know.
are, yeah.
And any of the
That you're
furs I've
looking at.
seen are like definitely underage. There's no one you can. I'm definitely not putting them anywhere near you, you sick motherfucker. Yeah. So that's that sick bastard. So he was going to Thailand for that shit like that.
Mm. Mm.
So that's why he had to turn off his phone and everything. And him and his, you know, his creepy fucking friends from, you know, the tech Silicon Valley were just doing that.
Oh.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Any comments? Any comments? Concerns?
Holly,
Well,
any comments?
I would say that despite your forebears, you've turned out very well.
Well, it was nothing from, nothing, no help from them.
Despite. With a capital D.
That's because they abandoned him and kicked him out into the fucking cold, literally.
I'll say it again, to say it.
His mother literally drove him to the middle of
bears. Yeah, I heard all these.
I appreciate it, but it's really just from Divine itself. It's
You've
not
turned out surprisingly well, and so that was my next step.
Yeah.
What the hell happened? And
I was introduced to the Vedic and proper things, and I mean, I'm not perfect, of course. That's what, you know.
Well, and sometimes I wonder, and it's a big if, but if there is such a thing as reincarnation, I don't believe it was random for myself.
No,
I believe there was. I'm Polish, Lithuanian, and Scotch. I had a lot of asshole ancestors. There's no question. But maybe there was a few good ones.
You seem like you came out of it pretty adjusted.
Well, if not adjusted, at least not sadistically cruel. So,
well, I mean, you care about nature. I mean, you care about nature and stuff. So it's like you dodged like the hardcore, you know, shit,
something.
Right?
But I wonder if there's some bloodline leaking through my 10,000 years of ancestors.
Yeah, I mean, the gene pool always comes through no matter what. Yeah.
That and so I kind of think of that.
It's like he can't undo that. He can't fix that.
No.
I saw it like live and direct. It's not fixable. If anyone had that.
And so sometimes, you know, I wonder if the compassionate ancestors I had are holding hands with the divine to produce the likes of me, which is 90% loser, but
there's like
could it be a combination of the two?
No, they're like,
because something works
can hold it down. They can like hold your bloodline in a good spit. It's called it's called Prittilok. It's the ancestor world.
Yes.
Like the Chinese know about it. Doug, you know about this.
Oh
yes.
That's why they do so much ancestor worship, because there's actual beings that are there that are from your bloodline, and they actually monitor like everyone in the bloodline. And that's why you get family curses and stuff, because if you don't follow that, then you get the negative aspects come out.
Which may be a situation for you before you, but somehow you beat it. It's always nice to beat the curse.
Well, I haven't beaten it. I mean, I've dodged It's grazed. I got grazed.
Yeah.
It's nothing good has happened yet.
Yeah.
No. But you're not a total dickhead asshole exploiter.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate it.
You're not exploiting.
I mean, you could also take it like, if you want to take like a higher perspective, you could say I was deprived of wealth because I was going to end up like that. You know?
Right.
So just because of the, certain limitations are placed upon someone's chart at birth because of past actions. That's how the Vedic would understand it.
Yes.
So like, depending on your previous karma, your chart has to match that. So whoever, like the beings that reincarnate you, they can actually monitor that and say, like, look, this being's done some pretty horrendous stuff in this sector. So we balance the chart in that sector, so that way they have another chance of living a good life or doing better karma in this life.
Yeah. So there's the ancestors on the one side, and the divine would be signified by the chart.
Exactly. Yeah. So
the voice of the divine.
So that's the goddess and all that stuff. Like the Nuth. the Nuth is the sky goddess. That's your chart.
I always felt like they were kind of joining hands in some respect, because man, we made it this far.
Yeah.
And tried not to be assholes, and at least we're conscious of trying not to be
humans
assholes.
are like descended from like the rishis and stuff. So like there are like 7 beings that monitor like the stuff that goes on in this galaxy. They're called the Saptarishi, the 7 sages. So those people, like, they made humans and stuff, so they wouldn't.
Yes.
They're not cool with us just going off the rails and devolving and all that stuff. So they do help, but it's still up to an individual's karma. Like, how much can that do? How much help can they give?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Does that make sense?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course it does.
The Christian story is a little different, but also cool. You know, I think there was 12 beings in the void, and at the very end was Sophia.
Sophia.
The last. Yeah. And she was captivated by some kind of dappling light reflected on the void, and she kind of drifted away to examine it. And she found the earth. It was a big smoking ball of mud. And when she realized she was alone and lost from her cohort, she got panicky. And she started to convulse, and she writhed and raised up from the mud beings that were sentient, but, you know, just reproduced only by the female with no male element. And so that made them incomplete and ultimately insane. And so the Christ was the second one from the end, holding hands with her. And when he realized she was gone, he went looking and he found her and he grabbed her and he took her back. But she looked over her shoulder one last time and gave the great blessing. Oh, yeah, wait, yeah, because they were demigods. Somehow she gave this blessing so that these beings that she created, there were already demigods around the earth, evil ones, that for humans could avoid the demigods and reach the direct divine.
Yes.
So in a way, we got a gift that is the superior to the gods of this earth, which is fucking scary and a big responsibility.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a very good, important reminder. Because even in Buddhist cosmology, the human birth is the best birth, because you can gain enlightenment as a human. Even the gods have to go through a godly lifetime to get to a higher realm, but humans, they have 100 years to do it. There you go.
And
it's a very
that's what my friend always said, and it took me a while to get it. All animals want to be human.
Yes.
Oh,
ultimately, they can have sex whenever they want. They could, put hang glide in the afternoon and scuba dive in the morning and be all the things an animal can be. So it's all going that direction. I think animals are getting smarter, strangely.
Yeah, because the humans are falling.
And they're wise. I think they're more wise to our ways than we realize. Even the wild ones.
So those spirits that
especially
come into,
the
like,
wild ones,
house pets and stuff, like those are those beings like took that opportunity. Like they knew, like they were like told, like in the after the netherworld, like, look, you can, humans are stupid enough right now where you can just get like a free, like it's like a free ladder. It's like one of the rungs on the ladder. You could just do it, live. You get one good life as like a house pet, and you can keep going. Like some people will cash in their karma points for that. Like those, like the furries, like those furries, for example, like they will be reincarnated as animals. Like, because that's whatever thought you have when you die. That's, you say, oh, I would love to be a cat. Then you get that. That's the nature of the universe. Yeah.
Whoa, that's heavy. I always heard the Tibetan thing that you only go forward. You only go forward. You're a blade of grass until you're the perfect blade of grass, and then you become a toad, and then you become, and everything, once you perfect that state, you move forward. But you just have to stay in that current state, however long it takes to perfect it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it is. It's called the 7 paths or the 6 paths.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So pets are all about to become human, because a human will do anything in front of a pet.
They're becoming.
They
more
learn
human because humans are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That too, but that's how you learn how to be a human.
Like the spirits
evolved or
that
not.
are closer, like the animal spirits that are closer to human, they get reincarnated as house pets because that's the next logical step.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Now I have known in my life 2 dogs that I swear to God were holy beings. I'm not a pet person. Last thing I want in my life is a dog, but 2 over decades apart in my life, I would move that boy right in, sleep with it every night. That kind of dog. It was crazy.
Yeah.
That happened twice.
So there's like levels of spirit, like they're more pure spirits or whatever.
Or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's something
They
there.
have it. One was one of those Shiba Inus. They may all be like that. I don't know.
Yeah, the Shiba Inus are very intelligent. They have they definitely got a different bloodline. Those beings.
My God.
And I showed Doug, and I'm pretty sure I showed everyone the cat that converted to Buddhism.
Yes, tell
like actually converted.
Yeah, I remember.
Like, it's not just a fluke.
No.
Like it was literally a vegetarian by choice, and it would sit in front of the Buddha and do like the sutras and everything, and sit and stare at the Buddha statue for 8 hours a day.
Yeah,
it was a
it
devout
could happen.
Buddhist.
I mean, that's deep with the animals.
Yeah, and they had a video. I mean, the Korean TV channel had like a whole special on it, and the TV producers brought they said, they were trying to challenge the monk that raised her. They said, look, like you just got it used to eating, Buddhist food because that's all you gave her. And they put out a can of tuna. They put a cat food. They put a chicken drumstick.
No cattle refuse tuna.
Yeah, it was like all the best cat foods that they could buy from the store, and the foods that they thought like a cat would eat. Yes. And the cat was like ignored every single one, and they tried to like force feed it, and she spit it out, and then it went and ate with the owner like during the filming, so it was clear that it was by choice vegetarian. Like it would only eat the monk's food. So there you go.
There we are. Beautiful.
So I wonder what that cat will be next time around.
It's
got some kind of spirit in it.
Yeah. I don't know about closer to human. I mean, at this point in history, humans are almost a step down. Yeah.
You can make it end run around it, get to the next level.
Yeah.
Which apparently will be a bank of machinery.
Yeah. What was that, Brendan?
Because it's very.
Say that again, Brendan.
Yeah.
I said it's depends on the judgment that happens like after it dies.
Yes.
So because it's so devout and stuff, it could just get it could just move on to there's like levels above even this realm. That's like the elven realm and stuff. It's very hard to get into, but if your behavior is right, you can skip a step.
Get around the humanity part.
No one nowadays is has good behavior enough to do that. Yeah.
No. No. If they do, they're not saying it.
No.
They may be out there, just not
You'll
talking
never meet
about
these
it.
people in
selling workshops. Yeah.
Like you won't be working a job. Yeah.
Or it might be a homeless guy.
No. Oh,
I don't know about that.
God, yeah, don't wish that on people, especially in this day and age.
I don't know.
That's very idealistic, but I don't think.
Yeah, no, you're thinking in the old romantic hobo days. But go on, Brendan. What were you going to respond to that with? No.
It's like if you're going as per like the Vedic system, the more wealth you have, it's proportional to your past actions. So there are some people that are wealthy now.
Tibetans are like that too, yeah.
That are very pious, but you just don't see them because they have like for example, the Japanese royal family. I mean, they have more gold than anyone on earth, but they're never flaunting it, or you never hear about them.
Never.
That's right.
because they're
So there's
following
there's
like a
only
Buddhist
like
kind of life path. They know that this if you squander a rich life now, you get 100 poor lives, and you're no one wants to deal with that. It's like, but in the
Well, and
West,
that's
the
the
billionaires
thing.
don't
Go ahead.
care about that anymore. They used to,
No,
like in the Rockefeller days, like we've talked
they
about
did.
They would
this.
try and give back by,
Yeah,
at least through the arts, art,
Universities and
cultures. Yes, universities. Yes, continue.
museums,
they build
libraries.
buildings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Because they knew that if you squander your wealth, it like when you go to like it's called Lord Yama. I mean, Doug, you must know about
of
Lord
course. Yes,
Yama.
the
So like
Yama
you go to
Kings.
that
The Yama Kings are the rulers of the underworld, and
exactly.
they can also refer to an individual over Yama, or but at any
The
rate,
Lord of Death. It's
yes, the
just
Lord of Death
and he
himself.
has like
Yes,
his angels called the
yeah,
Yamadutas.
yeah,
So after you die, they take you,
yeah,
and you get like a liquor report card. So it's kind of like the Christian thing, but like that being like the Yama Kings, they can decide like, okay, you've totally fucked your wealth up, and so we're not going to give you wealth. We're going to give you a birth chart that puts you in this like spiral of being poor forever. Like, so those beings have that kind of power to do that. And that's why the beings in power, they know that, like the real power people that are never out in the public, they know that. That's why they don't do shit like that. And a lot of them are even vegetarian and stuff, but they'll never publicly state it. And even the king, like of England and stuff, like he's a hardcore veg, and they use organic. He's a proponent. He does a lot of charity with homeopathic doctors and stuff, but they'll never tell people that. You have to look for it. Once you look for it, it's there, where he's written entire articles about homeopathic doctors and eating healthy. And he actually was an advocate to outlaw foie gras and all that stuff because of its cruelty. Because they know the karmic thing, but they don't tell the normal people that. So does that make sense?
Yeah, because I figure, I don't know, I heard a number 2,000 billionaires in the world. You only ever hear about less than 10% of them.
yes, yeah.
So what all those others are doing, for good or ill, we just can't know. But I do feel, I'd like to think that there are some good ones. And not, trying to do stupid shit like bring back the dire wolf and bullshit like that. Or go to the 7 deepest parts of the ocean, of the world oceans. I mean, Christ.
They're not necessarily good, but they're more on the benevolent side, but they don't advertise. Those people don't advertise.
Benevolent, yeah. And maybe, like you say, they are deeply. There probably are like advanced masters that are billionaires.
Well, I don't know about that, but
well, there's a limit
I wonder.
to that even. I mean, there's like you can be wealthy and not be like excessively wealthy.
Yeah.
Like I think if you really if you were to
billionaire
ask,
kind
like, a
of
financial
is...
advisor, and you say like, look, how much money does one need to like live comfortably on this plane? And it would probably, at the upper limit, would be like 100 million.
Yeah.
And that's like,
shit, yes.
I mean, that's too much even for like.
So you have to be evil to be a billionaire.
Yeah, those people are not. Those aren't liquid assets. So, like, if you go to the financial advisor and you say like, how much will, is like the upper limit of living, comfortably in a positive way, and it's something around 15 million of liquid assets of cash.
Yeah.
So when people get in the billions, they're counting like real estate, they're counting businesses, stuff that you can't cash out, and even
that you can't sell.
He can't,
like your comic book collection before the internet. Yeah,
jewelry. Okay. Like you can have $100 million diamond. It's like, who's gonna buy it? You have to find a buyer. It takes 20 years to find a buyer.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Or you got to sell it to Tiffany and Company. It's like, it takes a while.
At a nickel on the dollar. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Oh, and the fine art racket. Jesus.
Yeah, did you hear about
the NFT thing? People were paying millions for this NFT bullshit.
I mean,
that was a flash in the pan.
Yeah. Yeah, but the fine art is a scam, but at least you get something. Until recently, then they did the invisible painting.
Yes. So tell us about the invisible painting. I want to hear
the
about this.
invisible painting. I love it.
Yes.
It was just some artist, and he said, buy my painting. It's this, what do they call it? Performative art.
Yes.
It's performative art. It's this invisible
fuck.
painting, and he like drew it like a mime, just drew a square in the sky. And then the guy came out with his white gloves and was like holding it up at the auction.
Yeah.
And someone bid like 15 or 20 million. And then all they got was a letter from the artist that said, "Yes, you bought my painting, my invisible artwork." That was it.
God damn.
Talk about a scam.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
good God.
How is it
serious.
how is it you and I can never get into this good shit?
I'm saying
because it's just a farce. It's just too.
Because we have integrity,
it's just
as
money
at least a
laundering.
shred of it. Who would think of that?
These fake artists.
Yeah. As well as Douglas says, the illustrators starve.
Yes. Yes.
That was one of your greatest. I always
Okay,
kind of
here, I'm
knew it,
sending
but I
it now.
didn't understand it.
So it's just a way for the rich people to like hide their cash.
Yes.
Mhm.
There we
That's
go.
right.
So this is
right.
one example.
That's exactly right.
This is not the painting, but this is another guy.
Okay.
It says in 2021, Italian artist Salvatore Garu sold an immaterial sculpture
Oh boy.
titled Il Sono, meaning I am in Italian, for 15,000 euros at the time, $18,000. The buyer receives a certificate and instructions for an empty 5x5 space.
Oh man.
Garu framed the artwork as concentration and thought energy, citing the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, arguing that vacuum still has a presence. So there you go.
So was it a vacuum tube at least?
No,
least
honey.
give
It's just
me
a line of
that.
shit. It's just a good line of shit.
Empty fucking vacuum tube. Fine.
Oh man.
God damn.
It's like this is well, here we have it. This is what art has become, and all I can say is how do I get in on the fix? That's the So here we are.
Well, I told you let's start selling T-shirts, but we got our fucking idea ripped off, and someone started selling T-shirts with your face on it.
Yeah, and here we are, the invisible
No
sculptures.
way.
Yeah, they did. They
I showed
did.
him, ask him,
Yeah.
ask him.
Yeah,
No
no,
way.
they did. Yeah, they made it all tacky and shit, but yeah, it's pretty
man.
identifiable, and so that was
It was literally called Vampire Scum or something.
yeah, literally, literally,
no.
yes, and
not to advertise for them, but
yeah, of course not. Well, we're not getting their names out. We're not giving their names out, so
no.
it's just is what it is. But
I kind of want one. I can't help myself.
No, that's cool. I mean, that's fine. It's a form of advertising, I guess.
Yeah.
No, not really.
If anyone wants one, send Doug money and we'll get one.
Thank you.
Hook me up.
Thank you. Yes, we'll figure
That's
something
fair.
out. Yeah,
That
It'll be on the website soon.
That could
Yeah.
work.
Put it that way.
there you go. If we get enough, no, it's like a startup. If we get enough people sending money, a few requests here, a few requests there, we'll invest in putting
Where's
something
my
out.
t-shirt?
Yeah, there you go. That's that reminds me of something else, but I'm not going to go there. At any rate, so
Another racket.
Another racket, but we aren't going to go there.
Oh yeah, we all decided. Your only hope is OnlyFans.
Yeah, he said that for me. Remember?
Don't you remember?
Yeah.
No, it
I
was
didn't
one
say
of
that.
your good friends.
Who?
Victoria or Valerie
Victoria Lauren
or
Hobbs?
somebody like that.
Or
I don't want to say for sure.
What was her name
But
again? Viviana
someone
Sanchez.
suggested it.
Yeah, it wasn't her, but I just happened to remember her name the other
No.
day because I couldn't remember her name to save my
Oh
soul.
God,
for a while.
that was a funny night.
I thought Twitch would be better.
What is Twitch?
Yeah, what the fuck is Twitch? I vaguely remember Twitch. I don't
Or
even.
you could literally dress how you always dress and just play a video game, and then all these people will be like, love the shtick.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
There you go. Yeah.
It would just be, and like the people that do it are just like gamer girls, or they just have like stupid, how do I put it? like kind of like branding. They'll just say, "Oh, I'm this pink
Yeah.
cat with ears," and they just play video games all day and talk
Wow.
to people, and that's all they do. And they make millions just sitting there playing video games, doing nothing
I
because
don't
they have
understand.
this shtick.
Why didn't Nemo do that? I'm a deformed
Weird.
Aryan.
Oh, because I mean, what is he gonna say? I'm Squid Man. I mean,
Because I know there's a huge audience to watch people competitively playing.
well, hence I said gamer girls.
But that's not
like
what this
actually
is.
Good-looking, attractive people.
Yeah, well,
And they're nobody's watching their gameplay.
You would just
It's
be
all
more of an
listening
entertainment.
to
I'm not
them.
saying you look good or something. I'm just saying like, it would just be like, oh, crazy vampire plays, plays a vampire in Skyrim or something. Like, it would be like that kind of, like, you have to have enough branding for it to be viral. Yeah.
Oh God!
Yeah.
First, we'd have to
Yeah.
set me up in a studio where the camera would not be focusing on a hoarder's crypt, and there'd have to be enough room for the equipment to be set up. And then
It might give atmosphere.
yeah,
Well, it would take a small fortune to get it set up. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's right away. But
yeah, definitely. It would take time. All this takes investment, and
there was some old lady, just this Skyrim grandma. She was literally just playing, talking to people online just because she was bored.
Yeah.
And she made like hundreds of thousands of dollars because everyone would give her a buck and say, "Oh, I love Skyrim, grandma," and they would buy her t-shirts. And then after a while, she just said, "I quit playing because it's no longer interesting." And they were all crying. People were crying and shit.
Well, there you
It's
go.
like, damn, just let her retire.
Yeah.
So are they watching how she's playing, or
It's just a shtick.
Or they're
It's just like they were like, I
or
can't
it's the
believe
shtick.
a grandma, like a grandma playing a modern video game was like, to them it was like mind blowing. It
It-
was
well,
like, oh my god.
it is rather mind blowing because most people.
And it's a primitive video game. I mean, it's an RPG,
True,
and yeah, it's
true.
kind of technical, but you just walk around.
Okay.
No, it's
Like-
true. It's true. Skyrim is the absolute bottom level
Yeah.
where a noob can actually
Yeah.
go in and just,
On day one, just walk around.
just be themselves. But the problem is, of course, I would have to be on that level because I'm not a gamer when it comes to the video technology.
Well, you would get like stuff that would like. We're just gaming this out. This is not like a real
Understood.
plan.
No, of
It's
course
just
not.
This is just a thought experiment. You would play something like, Total War, Pacific Theater, and then it would just be you critiquing the game, just saying, "Oh, this is not how the battle went," or they got this detail right.
How much bullshit it is.
But you know where that all goes downhill immediately is because
You couldn't interface with it.
yeah. Aside from the fact that I couldn't interface with it, the biggest problem is that any critique I make, the men are just confrontational, so they would slam that. So I'd have to stay out of that realm simply
But you would
because
have someone technical like Aristides, like just shooting the shit with someone.
someone
would be on the keyboard shooting the shit.
We'd have to have it not be a war theme because there's just too much confrontation there where men try to overwhelm you with factoids. Yeah. So
Just an example. It was just a joke. Actually.
No, understood. I mean, none of this is going to happen. But yeah, if it were to happen, yes, it'd have to be something more along the levels of some neutral RPG or something completely silly, as opposed to something that was, that would bring serious discussion, because if it's dealing with war weapons, I couldn't help but get into a serious discussion. And then you're just assailed by, all these idiots. Did you know? And they'll just overwhelm you with stupid technical details that are going to be just,
it would be 100 people telling you shit you already knew.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Either that or extremely technical component details about something mechanically that of course I would not know simply because I can't know everything, but it's, and the reality is I've always been one of those purveyors of information that it cares to a degree, but not to the degree of insanity. I used to maintain all kinds of hordes of details in my head that I've since trained myself not to do simply because there's no point. And when you display that talent, nobody appreciates it anyway. They appreciate it for a moment and it blows their mind, and then it's but there's nothing you can really do with it because in the end there's machines. Yeah. Anyhow, we can go on about it forever. But so there we go. That
It
that
was
being
more
said,
just the image. It was
yeah,
just more
the
the image.
image,
That's
but it's
yeah.
something to entertain as a potential. But seriously, ultimately, it would
If you
require
wanted
my
me to get really
yeah.
gross, I could just say you could go on there and drag and just do nothing. You
Yeah,
know, that's what the other people were insinuating.
you know, seriously, I could wind up doing something like that, but in the end, it's kind of like really just
Yeah, walking around in a dress in Sim City.
yeah,
You'll
no,
get
no, no.
rich
She's talking.
fast.
Well, he means actually for the camera, but I get what you're saying as well. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
Either
okay.
way, it's like
Right,
a lot of
right.
energy. For instance, it's still a lot of
Yeah.
energy to put in if you're doing it regularly to put the makeup on and everything. Honestly, I take that seriously. I take my appearance seriously, and I don't want to do that without putting the necessary work into it. And you know, I wouldn't have the
Dude, it
energy
will
to do that.
distract from your monologues.
Yeah,
You need that for monologue.
yeah,
Fuck me. I
yeah.
swear.
Of course the
You
monologues.
don't need
Yeah,
distractions of earning.
yeah. But nevertheless, we'll figure something out. Eventually, we'll have to.
Whatever you do, don't get a manager because then you'll end up making 7% or whatever,
Oh,
5%.
yeah. There you
Right.
go. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
like whatever they do to these cam girls, where it's like Tate level, where they give them like
yeah,
enough money to eat, and they keep the like, and then those
Yeah.
guys that
yeah,
I showed you what happened with the Tate guy.
yeah, yeah.
So this is related. Because there's this guy
Mhm.
named Vlad or some shit. This one of these streamer guys that dresses up as a chick, but is passable, right? So he tricks. His whole shtick is tricking people online to think he's a girl.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
his punchline is, "Hey, I'm Mr. Vlad." You know, he talks as a dude at the end, which is so
Right.
stupid.
Yeah.
But in this kind of world, he's making money doing that. And he got so convincing that one of the Tate brothers started emailing him and saying, "Hey, beautiful, do you live in Dubai?" And then when he came out and said, "I'm a dude," then the Tate brothers tried to say, "Oh, we didn't fall for that. It was a joke and shit," you know?
Yeah,
He's
and they
trying to
blocked
walk
him.
it
Of
back.
course, they blocked him.
And then he
after.
blocks. Yeah, then he blocks him.
Yeah, it's no, he definitely fooled the Tate brothers, and he basically, as you said, his shtick is just to come out at the end of the video, and I'm really a big Russian guy. Big Russian
Right.
guy. Yeah, that shit.
Did he
and
shave
makes-
down his Adam's apple?
No,
Or
it's
maybe he
just-
hides it with a
he-
scarf?
he just
No, he
apparently
just puts
could pull it off. Apparently, he could just
He
pull
just
it off.
does
His,
the makeup right.
yeah.
He just does the
I think
makeup.
his Adam's apple
Yeah.
is just naturally subdued.
He contoured it out.
Well, I don't know about that, but some men just don't have really big Adam's apples, or maybe
True.
just nobody's really fucking paying attention. You know,
No, they're
that's
just all gooners.
Right.
Yeah, they're all just gooners.
yeah, and so
Does he have boobs?
apparently
He puts
he's
on
could
like
do
fake
it.
ones. or
yeah,
something.
he puts
Here-
on
here's
fake
the-
ones,
Right.
or his pecs are developed enough that when he puts on a corset, then it gives you kind of an artificial cleavage of a minor sort.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean it's
Sure.
not something to overdwell on. In the end, it's it's just shtick.
Just curious.
Yeah,
He just found a way to scam
Yeah.
people, basically.
Yeah,
and
that's-
he's
Yeah.
shameless enough to go through with it.
yeah.
A lot
I
of
don't
dudes
know
wouldn't
why
do
I
that.
can't think of something like that. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Born in the wrong time or
Yeah,
something.
Yeah,
well,
really.
it's yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with how would we say it, conscientiousness. It's just that we all kind of favor what we're used to, and we fall into what we're used to and what we do best, as far as we can understand it. And some people seem to have no particular talent other than to do something stupid, and somehow that works for them. So
It's absolutely dumb, but he
yeah,
makes money doing it. so, you know.
yeah, it is what it is, and this
There's
dude,
a wonderful old lady, crazy Aunt Annie, something that plays her stove like she's DJing
Mhm, mhm.
for a big nasty ass rave. And thinks it and
They're
does
really
it
glitching you.
perfectly, man.
They are really fucking
In a
glitching you, honey.
bathrobe.
Yeah.
She does it in a bathrobe,
Oh, yeah, that's
and it's
Yeah,
fucking
good luck competing
hilarious.
with this guy.
yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
It-
Oh man.
So we barely heard what you said, but you're talking about an old lady.
Sorry, it wasn't important.
Yeah, swinging like
yeah,
a DJ.
it was just a weird TikTok thing.
yeah, no worries.
But it's funny.
Yeah,
You can't help it.
Yeah, it is what it is. But thank you for sharing that. We caught the majority
Yeah.
of it, and
Oh well.
so all of that being said, both of you did wonderfully. I'm just really proud of both of you. You maintained a really great conversation for a New Year's Eve party. Obviously, everybody must have noticed. I'm just kind of kicking back and letting everybody else do all the work. I'd better participate now and kind of do some of the work myself and just kind of, go into a little bit of a monologue. But I invite both of you to definitely participate and interject whenever you feel like it. By all means. I mean, we maintained good numbers, or I would have interrupted. But everybody really thoroughly enjoyed what both of you were speaking about because it's very important. We're in a transition period that calls for this kind of in-depth reflection and introspection. So your introspective analysis was well taken by everyone, myself, the listeners. Uh, well, wait, don't leave yet.
It's been
Actually, I was
very
hoping the two
enjoyable.
of you could, just hold for a few more
Okay.
seconds while I take a short break.
Sure.
Don't leave yet, Brendan.
Sure.
Talk with Holly for just a few minutes. And you too, Aristides, if you're still with us. Can we get Brendan off
Maybe he
mute?
went to the party.
If he did, that's fine, but he would have dropped off the call.
Yeah.
He would have dropped off the call.
Yeah.
So, Brendan, if you're still with us,
Get
if
up,
you're able to come.
Aristides. You gotta go.
Yeah, then Brendan left. Son of
Wake
a
his
bitch.
ass up so he doesn't miss. Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
that's okay. Don't worry. I'll just start in on monologue then. And very well. And interject whenever you feel like it. Are
I
we
love
blessed
you,
with your
man.
presence for a bit longer?
And it's been a wonderful night.
Okay.
It's starting to rain heavy, so I'm gonna switch over.
Okay. All right then, honey. That's fine.
And if you holler, I'll hear it.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay. I
Well,
love you,
love you
Douglas.
dearly.
Thank you for everything you
blessed to be.
do. And please, people, support it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what makes it happen.
Thank you so much.
All right, Doug.
All right.
All right. We'll
Love you
talk
dearly.
soon.
Look
Okay.
forward to it. Bye for now. Okay.
Yes.
That's our lovely Holly, who's with us in spirit through the rest of the night. We still have Aristides with us in spirit. And of course, all of you are with us in person. Let's tend to that right now. Christmas is over, and we've arrived at the most wonderful time of the year. Nominally, still the holidays, but also the opposite of a holiday. A blank space stretching between Christmas and New Year's Eve, when nothing makes sense and time loses its meaning. Of course, there's yet another power outage that on Saturday left more than 6,000 homes and businesses in San Francisco in the dark. Saturday also marked 1 week since a widespread outage following a substation fire that left around 130,000 customers in our city without power. All this is somewhat apropos. I'm not hearing any fireworks outside because of the weather. I doubt there will be any official fireworks. And it doesn't seem like many people are in the mood to shoot off firearms or play with fireworks on their own. It gives me an opportunity to, instead of concentrating on the environment and the scene around me, to actually reflect upon the year and basically conclude that the 2025 agenda plan foretold Trump's golden age of awfulness. No matter how low one's expectations were for 2025, the most striking thing about the year when Donald Trump became president again is how much worse it turned out to be. The right-wing plan for a takeover of our federal government has been the blueprint for much of our president's second midterm, but its success could come back to haunt its most fervent advocates. In between the end of the old year and the beginning of the new one is this weird little stretch of unmarked time. For most people, this week isn't even a week off from work, but at the same time, it also isn't any return to the normal rhythm of regular life. Nobody knows what to do with this leftover week, awkwardly stuck to the bottom of the year. The Blood Boys call it such. They call it perennium. For those of you who don't know that vocabulary word, I would never have learned it myself without having to tutor, in good cause and for good reward, their blood. a lot of young gay lads on the facts of life. By that I mean history and civics. And in turn, I learned from them terms like this, perineum, which is the bottom of the human body, whether you're male or female, that space between your genitalia and your anus. Of course, in woman, this can often tear during childbirth. All too often did so historically before the modern age of medicine. And of course, in Canada, there was this incredible surge in so-called naturalist birthing, which led to a lot of perineums tearing in the modern world and a lot of trips to the emergency room. Well, however you reference it, it's a dead week when nothing counts, and when nothing is quite real. Speaking of unreality, with the end, well, with 2025 at an end, the numbers show the Standard & Poor's 500 up more than 16% as the three-year bull market continues unabated. The party kept pace despite well-worn cautions about a looming artificial intelligence bubble and how its explosion will exacerbate the fraught economic reality most Americans already face. But for now, investors don't appear overly worried, or rather, it's the Alfred E. Neumann syndrome. It's what me worry in the, well, like a deer, in the, like a deer's eyes, gazing full moons into the searchlights, or the headlights rather, of an oncoming truck. With that parallel in mind, taking a little look at messages left by our dear Brendan Zogit here for everyone involved. He says he's eating black-eyed peas on New Year's Day. Says that's a long-held southern United States tradition, Confederate States tradition, really, believed to bring good luck and prosperity for the coming year. The peas are typically part of a larger symbolic meal that includes other specific foods. Basically, it's a black-eyed peas represent coins or good luck for new beginnings. He's got prominent Sigrun in here, or shall we say runes, Viking or Nordic runes, signifying birth and the like. Okay, I'll heart that, and hopefully all of that, records. He outlines the various runic meanings. Thank you so much. And all of that being said, quick check into the live stream here. Okay, as I said, where was I? Talking about the fact that we've got a deer in the headlights scenario for investors. The AI trade broadened as markets rode to riches on the shoulders of the so-called Magnificent Seven and the companies building their data centers. 3 of the index's top 10 performers were data storage firms, among the main beneficiaries of the hundreds of billions of dollars pledged to buy the massive AI cloud service providers and their multi-billionaire owners. Still, off the trading floor, some consumers are worried that 2026 might witness trade war chickens coming home to roost, with rising inflation to match rising unemployment and maybe a recession to boot. Affordability is already an overarching complaint, and the new year will bring grim tidings to those Americans who rely on the Affordable Care Act for health care, for their very lives, for their very sustenance of their survival. Millions are set to lose assets given the expiration of pandemic-era subsidies. On Wall Street, however, as long as the AI gravy train keeps chugging, the outlook for investors might be just fine. From Trump's Gaza Riviera to the Iran war and Qatargate, I'm set to provide you a damage assessment of Israel's American president and his first year back in the White House. Because Israel's recognition of Somaliland will reverberate beyond the Horn of Africa. The right move for all the wrong reasons. Israel's recognition is good for Somaliland and historically just. Israel's controversial decision to recognize the breakaway republic could trigger a global secession of secessions. For while it represents yet another blow for the battered principle-based international system, and despite contradictory claims by Israel and the Trump maladministration, recognizing Somaliland should actually strengthen the argument for recognizing Palestine. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu triggered a global outcry yesterday last week when he announced the establishment of full diplomatic relations with the breakaway Republic of Somaliland in northwestern Somalia. Within 48 hours of Netanyahu's announcement, the African Union and the East African Regional Bloc that includes Somalia, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, issued condemnations. 20 African and Middle Eastern nations signed a joint statement denouncing the illegal recognition. The Arab League convened an emergency session in response, and Somalia, currently serving as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, secured an emergency meeting of the Council Monday to open this work week where most of its members, with the exception of these United States, spraketh out against the maneuver. Somaliland declared independence in 1990 and functions as a de facto state, but until Israel's announcement, no government had recognized it. For Somalia, which asserts sovereignty over Somaliland as a part of its internationally recognized territory, Israel's recognition arrives at a particularly vulnerable moment. The federal government in Mogadishu is struggling to repel a sweeping offensive by the violent extremist group Al-Shabaab, and the new AEU, our African Union peace support mission in Somalia, faces a severe funding gap due to its spending cuts and delayed disbursements from the United Nations and the donor community in toto. This shortfall threatens the mission's ability to reimburse troop contributing countries and conduct operations in territory controlled by Al-Shabaab. To make matters worse, tensions are rising between the federal government of Somalia and the country's member states ahead of national elections that, according to its constitution, are due to be held by May of 2026. The main bones of contention are a proposed constitutional reform framework and President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's push for universal suffrage to replace Somalia's indirect clan-based electoral system. The states of Puntland and Jubaland, in particular, view these reforms as eroding their autonomy, and they and other opposition figures perceive the goal of one person, one vote as a ploy to extend Mohamud's own term. These disputes have occasionally escalated into armed clashes, undermining security cooperation and diverting resources from counterterrorism efforts. Again, some input from our man Brendan Sogit here, which is a wonderful seal to help protect us and keep our bandwidth burning. This side of the Atlantic, a year ago, no one knew for sure whether Project 2025 would prove to be influential or if it would fall by the wayside. Like so many plans in President Donald Trump's first midterm, today it stands as the single most successful policy initiative of the entire Trump era. By the way, we've got something from at Flyover Dispatch 7843. So let me respond with reading. He says, at Flyover Dispatch 7843, he says, Douglas, how have you been, brother? Douglas, we share the same father. I have much arcane knowledge to potentially share with you. Happy New Year, brother. Okay, very well. So let's send him a nice little emoji here for a kind of happy birthday, brother response. There we are. Okay. Happy birthday, brother. Birthday, good brother. Good brother at Flyover. There we are. Okay. And with that, there we are. Back to task. Now, this is not a good thing that this has been a successful policy initiative at all. Quite the opposite. Project 2025, which was convened by the Heritage Foundation during the Trump interregnum, was not just one thing. It was a policy white paper, an implementation plan, a recruitment database, and a Weltanschauung, a worldview, all rolled into one. As I articulated via my transmissions this past spring, the authors sought to create an agenda for the next right-wing president that would allow him to empower the executive branch, sideline Congress, and attack the civil service. The resulting politicized, quasi-monarchical government would enact policies that would move the United States toward a paleo-reactionary, Zio-Christian society. In other words, realize the blueprint that was articulated by the authoress of the Society of Gilead in The Handmaid's Tale, something which she also wants to bring to fruition. That book was not a dystopia to her, it is an utopia. And in the roughly 11 months since he took office, Trump has closely followed many parts of Project Gilead, or what is publicly articulated as Project 2025, finally embracing it by name in October. Both Trump and the plan's architects have benefited. His second maladministration has been far more effective at achieving its objectives than his first, and the thinkers behind Project 2025 have achieved what Paul Dans, one of its leaders, described as way beyond his wildest dreams. Project 2025, or Project Gilead's biggest victory, has been an extraordinary presidential power grab, which has allowed Trump to act in ways that previous presidents had only fantasized about, and to act with fewer restraints. He has laid off tens of thousands of federal employees, actually in defiance of laws. According to the Office of Personnel Management, or the OPM, more than 315,000 federal employees had left the government by mid-November. Entire agencies, such as USAID or USAID, have been effectively shut down, and the Education Department will be next. Elsewhere, the maladministration has slashed environmental regulations, withdrawn from a major international climate agreement, undermined renewable energy, and worked to encourage oil and gas drilling on public land. It has discarded key civil rights enforcement methods, dismantled anything that might be construed as DEI or diversity, equity, and integrity probably at this point, inclusivity. Altogether, the DEI forming the Latin name for God, as in Opus Dei. And, of course, aside from killing God, they've set the agenda for aggressive immigration policies, not just closing our border to many foreign nationals and mass deporting unauthorized immigrants, but also cracking down on valid visa holders and seeking to denaturalize United States citizens. This is not small government conservatism. It's an effort to concentrate all federal power and turn it into a political weapon, a weapon of mass destruction. Long-standing guardrails against presidential interference in the Justice Department have been demolished. The White House has mass-fired line prosecutors, and Trump has illegally appointed his own former personal attorneys to lead United States attorneys' offices. These prosecutors have brought charges against many of Trump's political foes, including former FBI Director James Comey, the New York Attorney Generaless Letitia James, and Representativess LaMonica McIver, others having been placed under investigation, judges having thrown out indictments against Comey and James, though the Department of Justice is appealing those dismissals, whereas McIver, who was indicted in June for allegedly impeding federal agents and interfering with an arrest, denies wrongdoing and has pleaded not guilty. The maladministration has dabbled in impounding funds appropriated by Congress, despite a law barring this. It has also mounted a major assault on the independence of regulatory agencies as established by Congress, Trump having fired multiple appointees, sometimes in a direct violation of law, but the Supreme Court has allowed him to proceed regardless. Earlier this month, the justices heard arguments in a case that could overturn or severely narrow the 1935 precedent that safeguards agency independence. We already have a glimpse of what a fully politicized regulatory environment will look like. Chairman Brendan Carr, a Project 2025 author, has abused his position at the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, to pressure CBS News and, well, aside from CBS News, ABC itself in toto, even trying to get the late-night host Jimmy Kimmel fired earlier this year. Trump's presidential power grab will allow his maladministration to achieve more of Project 2025's ambitions in the coming year and beyond. All of this has been enabled by a Republican-dominated Congress, which has, with few exceptions, allowed the president to seize legislative prerogatives, and by the Supreme Court, which has repeatedly allowed Trump to move forward on his expansion of power, abusing the so-called shadow docket. But Project 2025 has not been a complete success. One key belief of the authors was that Trump's first maladministration was undercut by bad appointments and by failures to fill other roles. To that end, Project 2025 created an enormous database of potential appointees and offered training courses. Although Trump has managed to find more aides loyal to himself than in his first midterm, his pace of confirmation for top jobs trails the pace of most resident presidents. He has also seen a historic high in nominations withdrawn in the first year of a presidency. More fundamentally, the Zio-Christianity that courses through Project 2025 has been somewhat eclipsed by other priorities. The Trump maladministration has made fewer major maneuvers to restrict access to abortion or to enact pronatalist policies, and the conservative Catholic writer Ross Douthat recently argued that Zio-Christianity seems to be window dressing in the maladministration's policy rather than any real ideological driver of decision-making. Big tech was a notable boogeyman for the authors who view smartphones and social media as a danger to paleo-reactionary religious values, but major Silicon Valley figures have become enormously influential in the White House. Now, this is where I would mention, of course, awards to Trump from Israel. Let me see here. Awards Trump, their highest honor. Here we are. The Israel Prize is the highest civilian honor. It's the first for a non-Israeli. It's announced by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to recognize Trump's overwhelming and unwavering support for Israel and the Jewish people as a diaspora, particularly in quote-unquote combating terrorism. Now, this announcement came during a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with Israeli officials breaking tradition due to Trump's tremendous contributions, reflecting broad Israeli appreciation, at least according to Netanyahu, who called Trump the greatest friend Israel has ever had. This, of course, is in keeping with high technology because NVIDIA now calls Israel its second home outside of the communist Chinese empire. We are now in a state of techno-Zionism in which the communist Chinese, with the crooks of Israel, are completely in alignment with Donald John Trump, who has allowed the communist Chinese state-run TikTok to overwhelm American culture. This provides us, of course, with absolutely no escape from the communist Chinese influence that already dominates Hollywood and forces people to toe the Chi-Com line, to the point where media that's released by Hollywood will show maps of China in dominance of the South China Sea, as happened in the Barbie movie, causing the People's Republic of Vietnam to boycott and ban the film in protest. Beyond that, of course, actors apologized to the communist Chinese for even saying the name of My Taiwan. All of this can go on, but the important thing to realize is that the lines are being drawn of the Sino-Slavic Zio-Sinaxis, where Israel dominates the Sino-Slavic Eurasian axis, that is now inclusive of America under Donald Trump. For the Heritage Foundation itself, Project 2025 has been a somewhat Pyrrhic victory. Although its policy ideas are steering the maladministration, the think tank finds itself on the outside, a product, it seems, of Trump's displeasure. That coverage of Project 2025 complicated his campaign last year. Heritage is also fighting an intramural battle, an internecine conflict over how to handle the racist and Judeophobic strains of the right, the Russian Republican right, the Russophiliac Republican right, which he itself has radicalized. Now, did we, any of us, aside myself, anticipate that Trump would come back to office wanting to rule as king? Consumed by revenge and retribution, and encouraged by sycophants and yes-men who would ensure that he faced few of the constraints that hampered him in his first midterm? Well, yes, there were others besides myself, but now we know that bracing for the worst did not make the inevitable any less painful. In the future, historians will struggle to describe that feeling, particular to this Trump era, of being prepared for the bad, the crazy, and disruptive things that he would do, and yet also totally, utterly shocked thereby. A partial catalogue of the horrors of 2025 that not even the most prescient Trump watcher could claim to have fully predicted: gutting cancer research in the name of expurgating diversity programs from our nation's universities, shutting the door to refugees, except for white Zuid-Afrikaners from South Africa, empowering the world's wealthiest man after Vladimir Putin to cut off funding for the world's most impoverished children, welcoming Putin himself on a red carpet at an American Air Force base, raising the East Wing of the White House without warning on an October morning, alienating pretty much the entirety of Canada. Your list might be different from mine. There is oh so much from which to choose, all too much from which to select, and that is the very point. Yet the biggest disappointment of 2025 may well have been not what Trump did, but how so many let it happen. Trump has always been a mirror for other people's souls, an X-ray revealing America's pathological dysfunction. If this was a test, there were more failing grades than we could have ever imagined. On the first day of his second midterm, the president pardoned more than 1,500 violent rioters who sacked our own United States Capitol on January 6th of 2021 in a vain effort to overturn Trump's 2020 electoral defeat. Even his vice president, J.D. Vance, had said that this was something that obviously shouldn't happen. Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, later admitted that she had lobbied him not to go that far. But Trump didn't listen. He didn't need to. He was putting America on notice. The first outrage was but a sneak preview of all of those to come. If there was a choice to be made, he would invariably opt for the most shocking, destructive, or corrupt option. And who was going to stop him? The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party has conned America for 40 years. This is why an obituary for 2025 requires a special shout-out to those whose craven folding to Trump might well have proved to be among the biggest bad surprise of the year. The law firm, managing partners, and corporate executives and technology tycoons who decided to pay protection money to the president rather than stand up for the rule of law that enabled their great success in the first. 8 long years ago, the story of the first year of Trump's first midterm was the rearguard struggle over control of the Republican Party. This time, with Trump having long ago won the battle for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, he has extended his hostile takeover far beyond the realm of partisan politics, advancing a vision of breathtaking personal power in which the president claims the right to determine everything from what appears on the nightly news to the place names on our maps to which laws passed by Congress should be followed and which can be ignored. Just a year ago, it was still possible to envision a different course for Trump's second midterm, to imagine that while the president himself might really mean to carry through with his most radical plans, there remained strong forces in society to resist him. Republican leaders in Congress and the Trump-appointed conservative majority on the Supreme Court might yet have proven to be something other than the willing handmaidens of democracy's demise, but they have so far failed to do so. This past year's disruptions are as much their work as Trump's. Without their acquiescence, as passive or unwilling as it has been at times, many of Trump's most extreme acts would not have been possible. Simply have been, well, they simply would have been impossible. Just think about Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a medical doctor who made much of the assurances he extracted from Trump's vaccine-denying nominee for Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. Kennedy won his confirmation vote, then broke all the pledges he had made to get it. Cassidy has, in the tradition of the Senate, been deeply concerned ever since. And so Trump sits in the White House, completely unchecked, live streaming his manic attack on the deep state for hours a day. An archetypal mad emperor whose courtiers will keep praising him no matter how fat, ugly, or naked he turns out to be. He has become our national micromanager-in-chief, renovating the world economy with a theological belief in the magic of tariffs 1 minute, renaming the Kennedy Center for himself the next. He is everywhere all at once, ordering up prosecutions of his political enemies on his social media feed, personally demanding tribute from CEOs and princes, waging unceasing war on wind farms and low water pressure showerheads. Who knew when he spraketh of a new golden age in his inaugural address back in January that he meant it literally as a preview of his plans for redecorating the White House in Costco glitz, or was it Target, wherever he got the faux gold from that glitters but does not, shall we say, hold. Whatever he does, he can count on the flattery of followers who assure him, as his golf buddy turned international peace negotiator Steve Witkoff did this fall, that he is the greatest president in American history. Jane Mayer of the New Yorker magazine recently made an observation that sums up why it's been so difficult to write or even think about what's happening in Washington this year. It's hard to be so angry all of the time. Most of us are simply not used to being this frequently upset, enraged, infuriated, or just plain disgusted by public occurrences. And yet that was the essential condition of engaging with the state of Trump's America in 2025. Whenever one turned into the day's events, there was sure to be another grotesque act of personal aggrandizement or self-enrichment on the part of the president. Another mega multi-billionaire sucking up to him. Another brazen act of lawlessness from those who are charged with executing our very laws. The year's signature social media experience was being confronted by all those videos of poor souls being dragged out of their cars and beaten by masked thugs acting in the name of our government. To watch or not, that was the question. It was all so inescapable and emotionally manipulative, upsetting by design. The shock videos are just part of it. Remember the gay Venezuelan makeup artist who was sent to El Salvador's most infamous prison because he had made the mistake of seeking asylum in these United States? Or the countless United States citizens, some of them small children, who have been caught up by Stephen Miller's goon squads? Is it better or worse to know that Trump wanted to do even more to fulfill his campaign trail vow of mass deportations now, with his maladministration admitting earlier this month that it had fallen far short of its stated objective of 1 million people shipped out of the country? The more than 600,000 deportations in 2025 announced by his Department of Homeland Security is still, by far, the largest number ever. This is true of many of his other radical plans as well. For all the shock and awe of Elon Musk's campaign to slash government spending, the federal government will end 2025 with an even more astronomical budget deficit than it ever had before, the very antithesis of the $2 trillion in savings Musk initially promised. Yet what he accomplished in the few months before his inevitable falling out with Trump was an unspeakable amount of human trauma, reducing our government workforce by some 250,000 employees, slashing foreign aid to destitute children and starving families, ending programs and careers sans any regard for whom or what or why. The Washington Post published an article this week titled "A Middle-Class Family's Only Option," subtitled "A $43,000 Health Insurance Premium," which is about how the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party's refusal to extend ACA, or the Affordable Care Act / Obamacare subsidies, means that Stacey Newton's family in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, will have to pay $43,000 a year for health insurance if they want to stay covered. If, however, the United States had an extra $1 trillion a year, the amount we're now spending every year on interest payments against the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party's own $38 trillion United States dollar national debt, the Newtons would only pay a few $100s a month, and we could also have universal child care and pre-K, paid family and medical leave, tuition-free college, affordable housing, and no more homelessness. We could have ended child poverty and hunger, and, as aforementioned, affordable health care for all Americans. Which raises the question, where did our $38 trillion United States dollar national debt that's costing us $1 trillion United States dollars a year in interest even come from? After all, when Ronald Reagan came into office in 1981, we'd been paying down the debt from World War I and World War II to the point where the entire national debt was only 800 billion United States dollars, far less than $1 trillion bucks. So where the hell did all this fucking debt even come from? Turns out you could call it a conspiracy. There's an amazing backstory to our national debt with the unique name that was made up by the radicalized right themselves, two Santas. I'm going to use their language, not mine. This conspiracy / strategy, or rather strategic conspiracy, was developed by a Republican strategist named Jude, and that name itself speaks volumes, Jude, as in Jude, as in das Juden, the Jew, Jude Waniski. And Waniski, his surname is spelled Wannniski. Developed by Jude Waniski back in the 1970s. And he is he himself, single-handedly, quite literally, transformed America and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party with it. Here's how it works, laid out in simple summary. The Two Santas strategy dictates that when Republicans control the White House, they must spend money like a drunken Santa and massively cut taxes on the rich, all to intentionally run up the United States debt as far and as fast as impossible. They started this during the Reagan presidency when he dropped the top income tax rate on the morbidly rich from 74% down to 28%, and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Party, the insurgency on our shores from Eurasia, tripled down upon it all with 4 subsequent massive tax cuts for the rich during the presidencies of Bush, Trump 1, and Trump 2. Supermassive tax cuts for the morbidly rich and uncontrolled spending during those 4 Republican mispresidencies produced 3 results. 1. They stimulated the economy with a sort of sugar high. A sort of sugar high making people think that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party can produce a good economy. 2. They raised the national debt dramatically. It's at 38 trillion United States dollars today, 100% of which tracks back to Reagan's, Bush Jr.'s, and Trump's supermassive tax cuts and Bush's illegal $5 trillion off-the-book wars. 3. They produced trillions in additional wealth for the richest families in America, who returned the favor by recycling billions into the campaign coffers of Republican candidates. And 4, they made people think that Republicans are the tax cut Santa Clauses. Then comes part 2 of the 1-2 punch. When a Democrat gains the White House, Republicans and Russian collaborationist, Red Republican Insurgent Party-friendly mass media machinery must scream about the national debt as loudly and frantically as possible, freaking out about how our children will have to pay for it, and we have to cut spending to solve this crisis. This debt crisis, that is, that they themselves generated with their massive, supermassive tax cuts and wild spending. Do whatever it takes to force Democrats to kill their own social programs, shut down the government, crash the stock market, and even damage American imperial credibility around the world if necessary. This, Waniski argued back in the day, would force the Democrats in power to cut their own social safety net programs and even dial back the crown jewel of the New Deal, Social Security, thus shooting their welfare of the American people, Santa Claus, right in the face. And sure enough, here we are with Trump again in the White House, having already added 1 trillion United States dollars to the national debt just this year, with another 5 trillion United States dollars to come from this year's tax cuts for the rich, the only significant legislation passed by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party Congress all year. It's a cynical political and mass media effort devised by Republicans in the 1970s, fine-tuned in the 80s and 90s, and since then meticulously followed by every Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party presidency ever since. And politically, it's been a brilliantly effective strategy that was hatched by a man most Americans have never heard of, the Judeo-economist and Russo collaborationist Red Republican Party insurgent partisan, Wdy123125. Now, the hyper-Zionist Wdy123125 first proposed his two Santa Clauses strategy in the Wall Street Journal circa 1974. After Richard Mulhouse Nixon resigned in disgrace, and the future of the Republican Party was so dim that books and articles were widely suggesting that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party was about to go the way of the Whigs, an early party in the United States that ran against Federalists and the like, parties that no longer exist. There was genuine despair across the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party back then, particularly when incumbent President Jerry Ford couldn't even beat an unknown peanut farmer from rural Georgia for the presidency. Waniski argued back then that Republicans weren't losing so many elections just because of Nixon's corruption, but mostly because the Democrats had been viewed since the New Deal of the 1930s as the Santa Claus Party. He viewed this, of course, with the kind of contempt that Judeo-centric elitists feel for Christian icons. On the other hand, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, as the Zionist Waniski articulated, was widely seen as the party of Scrooge, because they publicly opposed everything from Social Security and Medicare to unemployment insurance and food stamps. He noted that the Democrats had gotten to play Santa Claus for decades when they passed out Social Security and unemployment checks, both programs of FDR's Democratic Socialist, or shall we say Roosevelt Socialist, New Deal, as well as their big government socialist projects like roads, bridges, public schools, public hospitals, and highways that gave a healthy union paycheck to workers and made our country shine. You know, our infrastructure, both social and physical, that enabled us to be a place people actually wanted to immigrate to. Even worse, back in the day, Democrats kept raising taxes on businesses and rich people to pay for all that free stuff. And Democrats' 91% top tax rates on the morbidly rich from the 1930s up to the Reagan's era didn't have any negative effect at all on working people because wages were steadily going up until the Reagan Revolution, as a matter of fact. It all added, as Waniski theorized in his Judeo-Zionist fashion, to the public perception that the Democrats were the true party of Santa Claus, using taxes on the rich to fund programs for the poor and the working class, a kind of Robin Hood standing order or mission statement. Americans loved the Democrats back then, and every time Republicans railed against these socialist programs, they lost elections. Therefore, Waniski concluded, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party had to become a Santa Claus party too. But because Republicans hated the idea of helping out working people, they had to come up with a new way to convince average voters that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, as well, or as ill, had the Santa spirit. But what? What line of shit could they come up with in their little red Santa suits that they could spew while children sat on their ejaculate wet laps? Waniski said, tax cuts! To make this work, the Republicans would first have to turn the entire classical world of economics based on the reality of various time-proven axioms, which had operated on a simple demand-driven equation for 7,000 years, on its head. Now, everybody then understood that demand, also known as working class wages, drove economies because working people spent most of the money they earned in the marketplace, producing demand for factory output goods and services. Consumer spending, in fact, accounts for roughly 70% of the entire United States economy. To lay the groundwork to roll out two Santa Clauses, in 1974, Wdy123125 invented a new phrase: supply-side economics, and said the reason economies grew and became robust wasn't because people had good union jobs and thus enough money to buy things, but instead because businesses made extra/new things available for sale, thus tantalizing people to part with their money. The more products, as in supply, there were in the stores, so Wdy123125 argued, the faster the economy would grow. And the more money we gave rich people and their counterparts via tax cuts, the more stuff or supply they generously produce for us to think about buying. At a glance, this 1981 adoption of Wdy123125's Two Santas strategy by the Reaganite Republicans to cut taxes while increasing spending seems irrational, cynical, and, well, intuitively counterproductive. It certainly defies all classic understandings of economics, because it defies reality itself. But when you consider Jude Waniski's playbook, it makes complete sense. His playbook ultimately being the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And to help in that ultimate conspiracy, forged though it was, conveying virtual truth, the economist Arthur Laffer took that equation a step further with the famous Laffer curve, napkin scribble he shared with Ronald Reagan himself over lunch. Not only was supply side a rational concept, as Laffer suggested, and I mean this as in a hypnotic suggestion he put into Reagan's space between his ears that passed for a brain, but as taxes went down, revenue to the government would magically go up. Neither concept made any sense, and time has proven both to be colossal idiocies. But, as Wdy123125 argued, if think tanks, right-wing mass media machinery, and Republican politicians could convince Americans to buy into it, they offered the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party a way out of the wilderness. Ronald Reagan was the first national Republican politician to fully embrace the Two Santa Clauses strategy, although it's been followed by every Republican in federal office ever since and still is today. Jumping in with both feet, Reagan told the American people straight out that if he could cut taxes on rich people and businesses, those job creators, also a then newly invented Republican phrase, that they would in turn use their extra money to build new factories and increase wages. So all that new stuff supplying the economy would produce faster economic growth. In other words, we give you stuff to buy, even though you have no money to purchase it with. Now, George H.W. Bush, like most Republicans in 1980 who hadn't read Waniski's piece in the Wall Street Journal, was initially horrified. In the primary campaign, Bush flat out stated that Reagan was proposing voodoo economics, and Waniski's supply side and Laffer's tax cut theories would throw the nation into debt while producing, as Bush himself warned, nothing to benefit average American voters. But Winiski had done his homework, selling voodoo supply-side economics to the wealthy elders and influencers of the Republican Party. So when Reagan took Bush on as his VP, suddenly even Bush saw the light. Democrats, as Winiski told Bush, had been Santa Clauses since 1933 by giving people things, from union jobs to food stamps, new schools to Social Security. The American people love the toys and free stuff the Democratic Santas bought them every year, as well as the growing economy the increasing union wages and social programs had produced in middle-class hands. But Republicans could stimulate the economy by throwing trillions at defense contractors instead and other fat cat donor industries, as Jude's own pitch, his personal pitch, to the elder Bush so went. Spending could actually increase without negative repercussions, and that money would trickle down, like when you're above everyone's heads and you piss down upon them, down to workers from billionaires, multi-billionaires, and corporate CEOs buying new yachts and building new factories and mansions with middle-class labor and servants. I mean, how many servants does your average guy need to maintain his estate? How many mechanicians does he need to maintain his yachts? Plus, Republicans could be double Santa Clauses by cutting everybody's taxes. For working people, the tax cuts would, of course, only be a small token, a few $100s a year at the most, but Republicans would heavily market them to the mass media machine and in political advertising. And the tax cuts for the rich, which were never to be discussed in public, would amount to trillions of dollars, parts of which would be recycled back into the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency as campaign contributions from the morbidly rich beneficiaries of those very tax cuts. There was no way, Winiski said, if Republicans stuck to his strategy for a generation or more, that the Democrats could ever win again. Democrats would be forced into the role of Santa killers if they acted responsibly by raising taxes, or, even better, they'd be machine gunning Santa by cutting spending on their own social programs. Either choice would cause Democrats to lose elections, and if Republicans executed the strategy right, they could force Democrats to do both. Reagan took the federal budget deficit from under $1 trillion, and that was when he and Bush were elected in 1980. Reagan, in a single span of two back-to-back terms, took it from under $1 trillion to almost $3 trillion United States dollars by 1988. And back then, a dollar could buy far more than it buys today. They embraced Winiski's Zionomic theory with such gusto that Presidents Reagan and George H.W. Bush ran up more debt in their 12 years than every president in history up until that time, from George Washington to Jimmy Carter combined. Surely this would both starve the beast, another phrase invented by Winiski in 1976, of the American government, and force the Democrats to make the politically suicidal move of becoming deficit hawks. And that's just how it turned out. Bill Clinton, the first Democrat they blindsided with two Santas, had run in 1992 on an FDR-like platform of a new covenant with the American people that would strengthen the democratic socialist institutions of the New Deal and Great Society, re-empower labor, and institute a national single-payer healthcare system. A few weeks before his inauguration, however, Wdy insiders Alan Greenspan, Larry Summers, and Goldman Sachs co-chairman Robert Rubin famously, rather infamously, sat Clinton down, like in the movie Network, and told him the facts of life. Reagan and Bush had run up such an enormous deficit that he was going to have to both raise taxes and cut the size of government programs for the working class and poor. Clinton took their maleficent advice to heart, raised taxes, balanced the budget, and cut numerous social programs. He declared an end to welfare as we know it, and in his second inaugural address, an end to the era of big government. Clinton shot Santa Claus, and the result was an explosion of Republican wins across the country as Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent politicians campaigned on a Republican Santa platform of supply-side tax cuts and pork-rich spending increases. Democrats had controlled the House of Representatives in almost every single year since the Republican Great Depression of the 1930s, but with Speaker Newt Gingrich rigorously enforcing Wdy's two Santa Clauses strategy, they finally took it over and held it in the middle of Clinton's 1990s presidency, rendering him an impotent lame duck throughout his terms. State after state turned red, and the Republican Party rose to take over in less than a decade. Every single level of power, every single lever to manipulate that power in the federal government, from the Supreme Court to the White House. Looking at the wreckage of the Democratic Party all around Clinton in 1999, Wdy wrote a gloating memo that reads in part, and here I quote therefrom, "We, of course, should be indebted to Art Lafer for all time for his curve on a napkin. But as the primary political theoretician of the supply-side camp, I began arguing for the two Santa Claus theory in 1974. If the Democrats are going to play Santa Claus by promoting more spending, the Republicans can never beat them by promoting less spending. They have to promise tax cuts." Ed Crane, then president of the Koch-funded Libertarian Cato Institute, noted in a memo that year, and here I read therefrom, "When Jack Kemp, Newt Gingrich, Vin Weber, Connie Mack, and the rest discovered Jude Wdy and Art Lafer, they thought they'd died and gone to heaven. In supply-side economics, they've found a philosophy that gave them a free pass out of the debate over the proper role of government. That's why you rarely, if ever, heard Kemp or Gingrich call for spending cuts, much less the elimination of programs and departments." Two Santa Clauses had fully seized the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent mainstream and hasn't let go to this day. Never again would Republicans worry about the debt or deficit when in office, and they knew well how to scream hysterically about the debt to the economically naive national mass media machine as soon as Democrats again took power. When Jude Wdy died, George Gilder celebrated the Reagan/Bush adoption of his two Santas voodoo economics scheme, then still considered irrational by mainstream economists, in a Wall Street Journal eulogy. And here I read therefrom. "Unbound by zero-sum economics, the Jude forged the golden gift of a profound and passionate argument that the establishments of the mold must finally give way to the powers of the mind. He audaciously defied all the buffeteers of the trade gap, the moldy figs of the Phillips curve, the chic traders in money and principle, even the stultifying pillows of the Nobel Prize." Republicans got what they wanted from Wdy's work. They held power. They held power for 40 fucking years. Transferred over 50 trillion United States dollars from working class families into the money bins of the top 1%. And cut organized labor's representation in the workplace from around a third of workers when Reagan came into office to around 6% of the non-governmental workforce today. Think back to Reagan, who more than tripled the United States debt from a mere $800 billion, less than the wealth of a single multi-billionaire like Elon Musk, to 2.4 trillion United States dollars in his 8 years alone. That spending produced a supermassive stimulus to our economy and the biggest non-wartime increase in America's national debt in all of human recorded history. There was never a peep from Republicans about that 218% increase in our debt in 8 short years. They were just fine with it, and to this day claim Reagan presided over a great economy. When 5 corrupt Republicans on the Supreme Court gave the White House to George W. Bush in 2000, he instantly reverted to Winiski's Two Santa strategy and again nearly doubled the national debt, adding over true 12 trillion United States dollars in borrowed money to pay for his tax cut for multi-billionaires and tossing in 12 unfunded wars for good measure, which also added at least long-term another 5 trillion United States dollars at minimum. Again, there was nary a peep about that debt from any high-profile in-the-know Republicans. In fact, Dick Cheney famously said, amplifying Winiski's strategy, Reagan proved deficits don't matter. We won the midterms. This is our due. Bush and Cheney's tax cuts for the rich raised our debt by 86% to over 10 trillion United States dollars and additional trillions in war debt that wasn't put on the books until Obama entered office, so it looked like it was his. Then came Democratic President Barack Hussein Obama, and suddenly the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party was hysterical about the debt again. They and the national mass media machine that amplified their message were so good at it that they convinced a sitting Democratic president to propose a cut to Social Security, the so-called chained CPI, which I believe this video has been scrubbed. Let me know if you can access it. If so, well, by all means, feel free to share. Otherwise, what I'll do is put it in our infinite call, and hopefully people will basically be able to see it. Now, it looks active, but when I try to open it, it wouldn't open. So what I'm going to provide you with is a much more complicated scholastic academic analysis thereof, which probably won't make any sense to any of you, but you have that to refer people to, and they most certainly could never argue with it. So with that, we put that into our private messages for now, and hopefully this, let's see if this actually produces something before I make that click. Okay, no, it doesn't. That's fine then. Okay, that having been articulated, Obama nearly shot the Democrats' biggest Santa Claus, just like Winiski predicted, until outrage from the Democratic base stopped him. Next, Donald Trump raised our national debt by almost $7 trillion. But the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party raised the debt ceiling without a peep every year for the first 3 years of his maladministration, and then suspended it altogether for 2020 So when Biden won, he had to justify raising the debt ceiling for 2 years worth of deficit. 2 years worth of deficits in the plural, making it even more politically painful. And now Republicans are once again spending like drunken sailors while doubling down on a fifth major round of tax cuts for multi-billionaires since Reagan's initial 1981 effort. After all, it worked against Clinton, Obama, and Joe Biden, and the mainstream mass media machine never caught on. Why wouldn't they abuse it again? In the meantime, however, interest has to be paid on the 38 trillion United States dollar national debt that Reagan, Bush Jr., and Trump ran up. And the bill is now around $1 trillion a year, about the same as our entire defense budget. If Reagan had never adopted Walensky's Two Santas strategy, we would have a standard of living today, much like the Scandinavian nations, with just the $1 trillion a year we're instead spending on interest payments. Not to mention the trillions in surplus we'd have now if none of those tax cuts had ever happened, which could easily fully fund a national single-payer healthcare system. Americans deserve to know how we've been manipulated and ripped off, and by whom, for the past 45 years. Hopefully, Democratic politicians and our mainstream mass media machine will finally call the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party out on Walensky's Two Santa scam that's been so enthusiastically adopted by Reagan, both Bushes, and Trump himself. And although tariffs haven't been in vogue since the 19th century, Donald Trump has seen them as a solution for what he perceives to be an unfair global trading system since at least the 1980s. In 2025, Trump, now United States president, turned to import duties as a cure-all. But in every way, the cure turned out to be worse than the disease, which didn't exist. It was a misdiagnosis. As a result of the uncertainty and chaos Trump's tariffs have engendered, the American imperial economy shrank in the first quarter of this year. And while companies have so far mostly absorbed the levies' costs, consumers are just beginning to pick up that tab. The problem here is that taking stock of all that Trump has done in 2025 means confronting the new reality of an America where the raw and arbitrary exercise of power for its own sake is both possible and permissible. As wretched as this year has been, many of the president's critics have decided that it is at least ending on a positive note. They discern a whiff of impending irrelevance in our lame duck septuagenarian president, and there is no doubt that Trump today faces a set of positively Biden-esque problems, from persistent inflation to sagging approval ratings. Some 60% of Americans now disapprove of his presidency. Prospects for the 2026 midterms look bad for him and his party. Another larger question looms. For decades, American paleo-reactionaries have argued for restraints on government, in part out of fear of how progressives have used power to enact their policies. Project 2025 threw all that out, embracing right-wing big government. Its unpopular ideas are one reason that Republicans are facing a daunting electoral environment in 2026 and perhaps 2028. If Project 2025's authors felt, as Russell Vought once said, that America was in the late stages of a complete Marxist takeover Before Trump returned to office, they will find the situation even more apocalyptic when a Democrat wins the presidency in 2028 and inherits the sweeping powers they have handed to the White House, which is the very reason the Republican Reds will do everything in their power to prevent any fair election from ever happening again. It can happen here. We now know, because it is happening here. But that's next year's story. For now, I'm still stuck on the damage assessment from what Trump has already wrought since his return to the presidency in 2025. For the humanitarian community, 2025 has been the worst year on record. If ever there were a year whose end could not come soon enough, this was it. I'll be dancing on its grave and imbibing champagne along my take in boy's blood in honor of its demise. And the good news is that Bulgaria is becoming the 21st country to join the Eurozone, deepening European Union ties despite fears. Yea, the morrow on New Year's Day, Bulgaria becometh the 21st country to join the Euro currency union, albeit the historic milestone arriveth amid political instability and skepticism among ordinary people fueled by fears of price rises. Supporters praise the maneuver as one of the greatest achievements since the 1989 transition from a Soviet-style economy to democracy and free markets. But many people are uneasy in a country where corruption is rife and trust in the authorities is low. Even better, then, that Putin has now concluded he can beat NATO with America out of the war and Western Europe, aside from Great Britain, subverted into impotence. Because Poland has already stated that if the Russian Empire even maketh an attempt to attack them, they will immediately and without further discussion launch everything they have into Russia and penetrate as far as they possibly can. There will be no discussions, no meetings, no conference calls, no negotiations. Any action by Russia will bring immediate full-scale attacks from Poland. They are not joking around. Neither are Finland, Estonia, or Lithuania. They are fully rearmed and ready to go. They all have civil defense organizations that are already equipped and organized for action in the event Russia starts anything with them either. They have been training civilian reserves as well, with weapons firing practice carried out on a monthly basis. Average citizens are enthusiastic supporters of the reserve concept, and hundreds of thousands have signed up and actively participate each month. Thousands of women are in these ranks as well, and as a male effeminate enough to often have been taken in as one of the girls in Eastern Europe, I know how pissed off Eastern European women can react. I predict small piles of Russian ball sacks lying by the sides of the roads as the Estonian military advances to ethnically cleanse the Russian insurgent population that occupies half their nation. And you can read about Finland using Russian troops as signposts in the areas they captured during the historical Winter War, with their heads buried in the ground and signposts nailed to their legs, stuck up in the air. It's a Finnish tradition of welcome for Russian troops. You can confer this video on YouTube of how the Finns skinned Russian soldiers alive. Of course, these were the lycanthropes, or the true werewolves on the original Lycan front, or the original werewolf counterinsurgency that had taken place in Finland against the Greater Soviet Union when they invaded, and Finland, of course, sided, quite rightly, with the Axis. With that, of course, I can say, Happy New Year. Finally, there is something to celebrate. Now, what we can do at this point is try and hold on towards midnight, but we'll see if I get any inspiration to do that. I'll take a look at some private messages that have been sent, but I don't see anything new in particular. Let's see now. We had this is from Brendan Zoget earlier. Let's see. Nothing coming in particular that stands out. When I take a look at the okay, here we are. Things that he sent earlier. I guess maybe he withdrew them. Let's see now. Here we are. Okay. I guess I hearted these already. And yes, I have a sentiment for Black Eyed Peas. My father loved them. The man who raised and guided me. Okay. So with that, we can always say that, well, we can cast a spell against stagnation, as John O'Donohue did on Beginnings, when he spoke of such. A fitting kind of testament to entering the new year. I could wax poetic. I could consult the last book from the Irish poet and spiritual teacher John O'Donohue, one of the most lyrical writers of our times, who died suddenly and unexpectedly in January of 2008. But whether we begin that the new year in this fashion, sure, why not? There's moments in life when we're reminded that we are unfinished, that the story we have been telling ourselves about who we are and where our life leads is yet unwritten. Such moments come most readily at the beginning of something new. This book will provide you a kind of a guide, that you may have some form of solace through the struggles that so many of us, all too many of us, myself included, will be confronting in this tumultuous year of the fire horse and all that it entails. Now, I'll need people to tell me whether or not the link works, but apparently it does. And to begin anything, a new practice, a new project, a new love, is to cast upon yourself a spell against stagnation. Beginnings are notation for the symphony of the possible in us. They ask us to break the pattern of our lives and reconfigure it afresh, something that can only be done with great courage and great tenderness, for no territory of life exposes both our power and our vulnerability more brightly than a beginning. So, if I were to conceive of an image that would fit this, I would think of Margaret Cook and one of her plates for Walt Whitman's 1913 edition of Leaves of Grass. Let's provide you a link to that image as well. Our listeners, and of course those who participate in our infinite call. And that will at least provide a true visual that I feel does some justice to the topic, as amorphous as it might be. Because how to leap into the thrilling and terrifying unknowns of the possible is what the Irish poet and philosopher John O'Donohue explored in a chapter of his parting gift to the world, that is linked to you, well, it's the book that I've linked to you in the chat and in the call, the text of our infinite call, titled To Bless the Space Between Us, subtitled A Book of Blessings. It's actually something that you should be able to find online in full PDF format and access it for free. At least I would hope. And it also gives us his luminous meditation on kindling the light between us and within us. He begins by telescoping into deep time, reminding us that we are but a small and new part of something ancient and immense, a vast totality that holds us in our incompleteness, in our existential loneliness, in the vulnerability of our self-creation. There are days when Connemara is wreathed in blue Tuscan light. The mountains seem to waver as though they were huge dark ships on a distant voyage. I love to climb up into the silence of these vast autonomous structures. What seems like a pinnacled summit from beneath becomes a plateau, a level plateau when you arrive there. Born in a red explosion of ascending fire, the granite lies cold, barely marked by the millions of years of rain and wind. On this primeval ground, I feel I have entered into a pristine permanence, a continuity here that knew the wind hundreds of millions of years before a human face had ever felt it. When we arrive into the world, we enter this ancient sequence. All our beginnings happen within this continuity. Beginnings often frighten us because they seem like lonely voyages into the unknown. Yet, in truth, no beginning is empty or isolated. We seem to think that beginning is setting out from a lonely point along some line of direction into the unknown. This is not the case. Shelter and energy come alive when a beginning is embraced. We are never as alone in our beginnings as it might seem at the time. A beginning is ultimately an invitation to open toward the gifts and growth that are stored up for us. To refuse to begin can be an act of great self-neglect. Our very life here depends directly on continuous acts of beginning. Now, the other image that comes to my mind would be that of the image of the great painting by Caspar David Friedrich, circa 1817. It was Der Wanderer über dem Nebelmeer, the wanderer above the sea of fog. I think that I found a link there onto that would provide just the image that you need. Of course, it's beside another image, but hey, it's for free and you can't have everything. And at least this way, I would hope you get to avoid some kind of stamp across it or some kind of watermark. I like how it's, there we are. So, you'll be introduced to some of the mysteries there. And just as our lives are shaped by those necessary endings, by what we choose to let go, they are shaped by what we choose to begin, however precarious the precipice of the new. A century after Van Gogh exulted in risk as the crucible of the creative life, and a decade after David Bowie urged young artists to always go a little further into the water than you feel you're capable of being in, O'Donoghue added, "Perhaps the art of harvesting the secret riches of our lives is best achieved when we place profound trust in the act of beginning. Risk might be our greatest ally. To live a truly creative life, we always need to cast a critical look at where we presently are, attempting always to discern where we have become stagnant and where new beginning might be ripening. There can be no growth if we do not remain open, and vulnerable to what is new and different. I have never seen anyone take a risk for growth that was not rewarded 1,000 times over. Again, perhaps I'm reminded of art. An illustration by Dorothy Lathrop from, well, the year my mother was born, or the year before the year my mother was born. Something that foresaw her, really, in a sense, in its own little way. And I'll enter that into the live stream, as well as put that into our infinite call. And with this, we press the right button, go back to the call, and share it with everybody thereby. There we go. And turning back to task, I would say that, and yet, upon reflection of all the aforesaid, we are homeostasis machines. Our very organism is oriented toward maintaining the status quo of comfort and predictability, which every beginning inevitably disrupts with its fulcrum of change and its brunt of uncertainty. Again, the poet O'Donoghue considered what it taketh to override our creaturely reflex for habituation. Sometimes, the greatest challenge is to actually begin. There is something deep in us that conspires with what wants to remain within safe boundaries and stay the same. Sometimes a period of preparation is necessary, where the idea of the beginning can gestate and refine itself. Yet quite often we unnecessarily postpone and equivocate when we should simply take the risk and leap into a new beginning. Here he renders the vulnerability and redemption of that leap into a poem, a kind of self-blessing to consecrate the courage of beginning. And hence its title, For a New Beginning. This is John O'Donoghue's words, not my own. In out-of-the-way places of the heart, where your thoughts never think to wander, this beginning has been quietly forming, waiting until you were ready to emerge. For a long time it has watched your desire, feeling the emptiness growing inside you, noticing how you willed yourself on, still unable to leave what you had outgrown. It watched you play with the seduction of safety, and the gray promises that sameness whispered, heard the waves of turmoil rise and relent, wondered would you always live like this. Then the delight, when your courage kindled, and out you stepped onto the new ground, your eyes young again with energy and dream, a path of plenitude opening before you. Though your destination is not yet clear, you can trust the promise of this new opening. Unfurl yourself into the grace of beginning that is at one with your life's desire. Awaken your spirit to adventure. Hold nothing back. Learn to find ease in risk. Soon you will be home in a new rhythm, for your soul senses the world that awaits you. So, again, an image as a former illustrator comes to my mind. I visualize. And in terms of finding something that will communicate that visualization, there are, of course, other illustrators or artists to turn to. And I feel that this is probably the supreme work of one in particular that could be shared to kind of convey the mood of what we've just conveyed. With that, of course, we entered that link and close down tonight's live stream with the fact that sometimes, well, in fact, quite often, beginnings are tucked into endings. In consonance with his philosopher-poet friend, David Whyte's poignant reflection on ending love and beginning love, O'Donoghue has writ, often when something is ending, we discover within it the spore of new beginning, and a whole new train of possibility is in motion before we even realize it. When the heart is ready for a fresh beginning, unforeseen things can emerge. And in a sense, this is exactly what a beginning does. It is an opening for surprises. Surrounding the intention and the act of beginning, there are always exciting possibilities. And paying attention to those portals of possibility is both an act of self-respect and a reverence of life itself, as, well, John O'Donohue himself has said. Part of the art of living wisely is to learn to recognize and attend to such profound openings in one's life. Well, with that having been expressed, we can close the live stream for tonight, and we transition into a new year. Everybody join us in that new year, and it will be on Sunday night when I next return. It will be, as dated, the 4th of January. So, on the 4th of January, same time, same place, bring a friend, and if you can't contribute, at least distribute. Make everyone aware of what we have to offer. And with that, we close our live stream. And we close the year.